Chapter 691. Chu Yang's purpose in participating in this spell assembly was very clear. He wanted to show his face and leave an impression on everyone, especially on the celestial sect of Mystic Gate. This would make it easier for his Beyond Heaven Mountain and the celestial sect of Mystic Gate to deepen their relationship in the future. Since he wanted to leave an impression, he had to leave a good one. He had to be in the limelight and have a good reputation, but he couldn't let a guest steal the limelight. Chu Yang had his own pride as a person, and he was also hot-blooded and ambitious. However, his special experiences had made him more cool-headed and more pragmatic. He did not fight for a moment's fame. Thus, Chu Yang had a rough idea of what to do after participating in the spell assembly. It was about time for him to stop while he was ahead. Based on his performance in the second stage, he had already achieved his expected goal. After all, there were still many coincidental factors in the first and second stages. The third stage was a competition of strength, especially since his first opponent was the only golden elixir period cultivator of Xianmen Tianzong's second generation, Dao Yuding. She was very powerful. Whether or not he could beat her was another matter. If he really wanted to fight her head-on, Chu Yang would undoubtedly have to use his true skills. That wouldn't be something that could be deceived with 1 or 2 tokens, and he would definitely expose many of his secrets. With so many big shots watching from above, it was fine if Chu Yang didn't make a move, but once he did, there was no way he could hide it. In fact, Chu Yang had sufficient reason to suspect that even if it was just a few tokens, it might cause some people to think that they would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Under such circumstances, continuing to be high profile would only result in him courting death. Chu Yang had already considered everything before participating in the spell assembly, so he had to decisively hide his abilities. This had been Chu Yang's plan all along. Now, sure, Tianhao's announcement of the reward had brought him a pleasant surprise. A chance to challenge. Chu Yang took a deep breath and composed himself, stabilizing his state of mind. Sure, Tianhao's gaze swept across the faces of the 8 people participating in the third stage. We'll proceed in reverse order. 4th and 5th, step forward first. The others returned to their respective quiet rooms to rest and watch the battle, leaving only Lin Tong and Zhou Yunsong in the arena. The little girl looked curiously at her opponent. Those who already understood Zhou Yunsong's background looked at little Lin Tong with sympathy. The little girl's strength was outstanding, but unfortunately, she was a bit unlucky. In Marquis Jing Huan's private room, Xiang Heng and Wang Lu, who had already returned, stared at Zhou Yunsong. Xiang Heng said in a deep voice, "It seems to be this Zhou Yunsong, but I didn't expect him to join Yang Qing's sect instead of Xiao Yan's." Wang Lu nodded. "Actually, we should have thought of it. He's learning from Xiao Yan, so it's easier for him to go berserk, and his power will backfire on him." Marquis Jing, Huan held a folding fan in his right hand. He closed it and lightly tapped it against his left palm. His eyes flashed. "So that's how it is. Is the burning Yang constitution what the Grand Master wants? To be able to survive the spontaneous combustion of the burning Yang physique is indeed rare." He turned his head to look at Xiang Heng and Wang Lu. "What does Great Master need the blazing sun body for?" Xiang Heng and Wang Lu shook their heads. "To tell you the truth, Lord Marquis, we really don't know. We are only following the Grand Master's orders." Pretending to be mysterious, "You've made this Marquis rather interested." Marquis Jing, Huan chuckled, but it caused Xiang Heng and Wang Li's expressions to change. They knew that this Marquis was the epitome of a lawless person who did things without the slightest scruples. Marquis Jing, Huan pointed at them with his folding fan and smiled. "Relax. This Marquis is just saying, I don't have the time to deal with such trivial matters. The great Zhou has been pressing me for the atlas. This Marquis's thoughts are all on this matter. It's giving me a headache. Although Marquis Jing Huan said this, there was no nervousness on his face. Xiang Heng and Wang Lu fell silent. After a long while, Wang Lu whispered, "The two of us are only responsible for running errands. I'm afraid we won't be able to bear the heavy responsibility of carrying Lord Marquis's words." Marquis Jing Huan smiled indifferently. Of course this Marquis knows. This Marquis will personally tell the Grand Master about this matter. I have no intention of asking you to carry any messages. Whatever the Grand Master orders you to do, just do it. However, if anything goes wrong, you will bear the consequences yourself. Xiang Heng and Wang Lu nodded. Of course. Their gazes once again focused on Zhou Yunsong in the arena, their eyes flashing. Su Yunsheng returned to the Qiantian Hall's quiet room. Sun Shuer, Yang Tai, and the other disciples all congratulated him on taking first place in the second stage. Su Yunsheng returned their greetings one by one before asking about the others. Inside the Starry Sky Pagoda and the small world, the cultivators participating in the spell assembly naturally had no way of knowing the overall situation. Senior brother Ing Rosa barely managed to take 8th place. In fact, he had already gathered all 10 golden rings. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be in the top 3. It's a pity that he spent too much time on senior sister Zhuge. Sun Shuer shook her head and sighed. It's also a pity for senior sister Zhuge. She was in 9th place, just a little bit away. After hearing this, Su Yunxing's expression did not change. After sitting for a while, he stood up and walked out of the room, arriving outside the desolate Sky Valley's quiet room. He did not open the door and stood outside like a statue. After a long silence, he finally turned around and left. Just as he turned around, he saw a gentle girl walking toward him. It was Zhuge Wanqiu. Zhuge Wanqiu saw Su Yunsheng and was slightly stunned. Senior brother Su Yunsheng opened his mouth and paused for a moment before saying softly, "It's a pity that you almost made it into the top 8. Yes, I still need to work hard." Zhuge Wanqiu replied with a smile and tilted her head slightly to look at Su Yunsheng. Su Yunsheng was silent for a moment before saying, "Everyone, let's work hard together." After saying that, he walked forward and brushed past Zhuge Wanqiu. The battle between junior brother Zhou and junior sister Lin is about to begin. Watch carefully, and I believe you will gain something. Zhuge Wanqiu stood where she was and silently watched his back until Su Yunsheng disappeared from her sight. After a long while, she shook her head and sighed softly. She turned around and returned to the quiet room. Su Yunsheng also returned to the room where the Qiantian Palace disciples gathered. As soon as he entered, he saw Ing Rosa sitting there and staring intently at Zhou Yunsong and Lin Tong in the illusion of light and shadow. Su Yunsheng looked at Ing Rosa, and his eyes moved slightly, but he quickly regained his calmness. Junior sister Lin Tong chose such a place as the battlefield. Her strength must have increased by at least 50%. Ing Rosa suddenly said without turning his head, "In such an environment, neither you nor I are her match." Su Yunsheng looked up and saw that the arena had already turned into a sea of pure white flames. The flames were blazing, and the aura was monstrous. Lin Tong was ranked 4th, while Zhou Yunsong was ranked 5th. Thus, Lin Tong was the one who decided the environment of the arena. The little girl did not hold back at all and directly turned the entire arena into a sea of pure yang fire. Su Yunsheng nodded. "In such an environment, I am not junior sister Lin Tong's match. But I feel that junior sister Lin Tong is most likely going to lose." Sun Shuer mumbled. Su Yunsheng and Ing Rosa looked at her strangely. Sun Shuer hurriedly told them about Zhou Yunsong's previous performance, especially how his burning sun vitality breaker destroyed Yang Likuan's red lotus karmic fire like boiling soup splashing snow. Su Yunsheng and Ing Rosa looked at each other and then at Yang Tai and the others. They saw the group of junior brothers nodding in unison. In the All Heavens Great Hall, Lin Feng could not help but shake his head and laugh when he saw Lin Tong choose this arena. "My little Tong, you're really too naive." Xiao Yan also smiled bitterly. However, the two of them did not remind Lin Tong in advance. The little girl's temperament was immature and innocent. If she walked outside, it would be very easy for her to suffer losses. So, they just treated this as giving her some experience. Shi Tianhao was watching from the side. Even if Zhou Yunsong used the burning sun vitality breaker, there would not be any big accidents. The development of the situation was not out of Lin Feng and his disciples' expectations. Little Lin Tong had hit a wall. Zhou Yunsong's violent burning sun vitality breaker was fighting against her pure yang fire. With Lin Tong's home ground advantage, it was difficult for her to make any progress in a short time. However, he only released a little bit of the burning sun vitality breaker's aura, which immediately caused the little girl's beautiful face to turn pale. The little girl did not have much experience in fighting with others, but she was very talented. She was extremely sensitive to the concept of the burning sun vitality breaker's power. Like a mouse seeing a cat or a rabbit seeing a wolf, she felt the pressure of a natural enemy. A black light flashed on Zhou Yunsong's body, which immediately destroyed a large part of the sea of pure yang fire in the arena. Such a large-scale destruction of the fire made the power of his burning sun vitality breaker further increase, and there were even faint signs of it going out of control. Lin Tong's own pure yang fire was not damaged. She could clearly feel her helplessness in facing this opponent, so she could only unwillingly admit defeat. It was only at this moment that the cultivators who participated in the second stage truly saw how terrifying Zhou Yunsong was. Although there was a natural restraint factor, Zhou Yunsong's strong performance still made everyone feel pressure. Ing Rosa's eyes were fixed on Zhou Yunsong in the arena, and he did not speak for a long time. Su Yunqing's gaze was not as aggressive as Ing Rosa's, but all of his attention was on Zhou Yunsong, and he kept imagining what would happen if he were in Lin Tong's position. "Ing Rosa, do you know what I'm thinking right now?" Suddenly, Su Yunqing used his transcendence energy to transmit his voice to Ing Rosa. Ing Rosa did not move, and his eyes were still fixed on Zhou Yunsong. Su Yunqing did not mind, and said to himself, "I'm thinking that you and I are both very laughable." Ing Rosa was silent. He understood what Su Yunqing meant. Ever since they entered the sect, the two of them had been constantly fighting for the position of number one among the second-generation disciples. In fact, they had always been the two most outstanding second-generation disciples, and they could be said to be the brightest of time. Ing Rosa was even more arrogant, and he did not care about Li Xingfei, Lu Xiafeng, and the others among the cultivators of the same generation. He had always set his sights on Su Yunsheng. On the other hand, although Su Yunsheng was usually modest and polite, he was also extremely arrogant, disregarding other aspects. Just in terms of cultivation, how could he not view Ing Rosa as his only rival? This situation continued until Dao Yuding entered the sect, but Dao Yuding was already in the late stage of foundation establishment the moment she entered the sect. Her situation was very special, and although Su Yunsheng and Ing Rosa respected her, they did not think that they were inferior to Dao Yuding at the same level. Although little Lin Tong had been specially nurtured by Lin Feng and Xiao Yan to be able to cultivate the Dao of the human race, he was still a spirit monster, and his situation was also special. But today, Zhou Yunsong's appearance had a huge impact on Su Yunsheng and Ing Rosa. Inside the All Heavens Palace, Zhu Yi swept out with his divine sense and discovered the shocked state of his disciples. Chapter 692. Zhu Yi could easily understand what Su Yunsheng and Ing Rosa were thinking. Zhou Yunsong's dominance not only hit the confidence of the young cultivators from the other forces, but also hit his own fellow disciples. This was also a test for Su Yunsheng and Ing Rosa. If they could stabilize their state of mind, adjust their mentality, and turn the pressure into motivation, they might be able to take a step further, dig out more potential, and look forward to a higher future. Therefore, whether it was Lin Feng or Zhu Yi, they were actually happy to see this happen. As one of the people involved, Zhou Yunsong didn't feel anything about it. Right now, all his energy was used to suppress his mana that was about to go out of control again. Fortunately, Shi Tianhao was right next to him and could give him a hand. Meanwhile, little Lin Tong was like an eggplant that had been hit by frost. She listlessly came to the quiet room where Xiao Jin was. As soon as she entered the room, she was like an injured little beast as she softly said, "Mother, Tong are lost." Xiao Zhan smiled and pulled her into her arms. "It's just a spar between fellow disciples. Don't worry about the outcome." Little Lin Tong pouted. "I still want to enter the top 4 and bring glory to Daddy." Xiao Zhan scratched her little nose and said with a smile, "No matter what your results are, Big Brother Xiao Yan and I will be proud of you. We never give you any pressure. We just want you to live a relaxed and happy life." Little Tong snuggled in Xiao Zhan's arms and comfortably twisted her little body. Suddenly, she remembered something. "Oh, right, Tong still has to challenge someone later." "Mother, which uncle do you think I should challenge?" Xiao Zhan said with a smile, "That's up to you to decide." Lin Tong's big black and white eyes rolled around as many thoughts flashed through her little brain. At the same time, Shi Tianhao had already announced the start of the second round of quarterfinals. The 2 participants were Chen Xingyu from Taishu Temple and Lei Jia from Lei Clan, who had obtained 3rd and 6th place respectively in the second stage of the Dharma Assembly. Inside the All Heavens Great Hall, Lin Feng revealed an interested expression when he saw this scene. This is the only duel that I can't predict before the duel officially starts. Chen Xingyu has a higher chance of winning, but Lei Jia isn't that bad either." Inside the spreading law hall, the cultivators of the various forces were also in heated discussion. Lei Jia's strength was relatively more obvious. He had climbed the Starry Sky Pagoda alone, then killed Qiongqi in the Lesser World, and defeated the Heavenly Sword Sect's swordsman Kong Hai with an overwhelming advantage. On the other hand, Chen Xingyu didn't seem to be particularly outstanding. Along the way, there was nothing particularly outstanding about him. But when they carefully thought about Chen Xingyu's path of advancement, they felt that it was extremely frightening to think about it. In the first stage, his group, Su Yunqing's group, and Ing Rosa's group had left the other groups far behind. They were the first to reach the top of the pagoda. If it wasn't for the fact that his group members had an accident and accidentally touched the starlight restriction, it was still a mystery which group would have obtained first place in the first stage. In the second stage, he didn't have any conflicts with anyone. He simply hunted Qiongqi and collected 10 golden rings. He fought his way into the top 3, just behind Su Yunsheng and Dao Yuding. He didn't let Xianmen Tianzong have the upper hand. In a sense, Chen Xingyu's performance in the second stage was the most outstanding. The Dharma Assembly allowed cultivators to compete for the golden rings, which made the results more random. Kong Hai's experience was the most illustrative. In a short period of time, the number of golden rings he had went from 3 to 10, and then quickly dropped to 5. The ups and downs were more exciting than a roller coaster. Zhou Yunsong was the last group to enter the pocket dimension, and he passed the test in 5th place. The key was that he had obtained both Li Xingfei and Yang Likuan's golden rings at the same time. He had originally only had one golden ring, but now he had 8, which helped him make up for the time he had wasted in the first stage. There was no need to mention Chu Yang. He had obtained 9 golden rings at once, and in addition to the one he had hidden at the beginning, he had immediately made up the number. And Chen Xingyu was the only one in the top 8 who hadn't snatched anyone's golden ring, nor had anyone snatched it from him. He had used the most primitive and original method of obtaining golden rings, which was to hunt Xiongqi to complete the task. His advancement was the least random, and on this basis, he had obtained 3rd place. From a certain point of view, he was very valuable, but it was also because he had never fought with anyone, and when he hunted Xiongqi, he had only found lone Xiongqi, and hadn't displayed much of his strength. That was why his true strength was a mystery. Everyone was curious about the level of this disciple of Taishu Temple, Lei Jia, the young master of the Lei family, who was also known as the Young Heaven's Favored One, was believed to be able to make Chen Xingyu reveal his true strength. Dressed in white, the extraordinarily handsome Chen Xingyu looked at Lei Jia silently. He smiled and cupped his hands. "Brother Lei, please." He was 3rd in the 2nd stage, so he had the right to choose the battlefield's environment. But Chen Xingyu didn't make any special requests. He just wanted to fight Lei Jia in an ordinary battlefield, which showed his extraordinary bearing and confidence. Lei Jia didn't stand on ceremony. He put his palms together and green lightning emerged from his body. They turned into an overwhelming lightning snake that fell toward Chen Xingyu's head. 2 streams of air, one black and one white, rushed out from Chen Xingyu's body. They intertwined and turned into a whirlpool that spun continuously, producing a great suction force that sucked in the green lightning. Lei Jia raised his eyebrows and changed his hand seals. The green lightning that was sucked in by the black and white whirlpool quickly gathered. Instead of being disintegrated by the whirlpool, it turned into a huge ball of lightning. The ball of lightning didn't crackle with electricity. Instead, it was like a ball of green gas that kept vibrating. The next moment, the green ball of lightning exploded and shattered the black and white whirlpool. Inside the All-Heaven Hall, Tao Master Lei Yun's expression was calm. He nodded. The chaotic whole, immortal slaying thunder. It is indeed the great, chaotic, interior, true thunder scripture of the Grand Emperor's bloodline. It was said that when the Grand Emperor ruled the divine land, he was so majestic that even Essence Soul Almighties had to come and pay homage. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed with green lightning. Lin Feng smiled. When he first saw the Grand Emperor Palace in the cloudy forest world, the Grand Emperor Palace had released the chaotic whole, immortal slaying thunder to face its enemies. Lei Jia's cultivation was only in the Golden Elixir period, so he naturally couldn't compare to the Grand Emperor Palace's power. However, the thunder technique he cultivated was indeed from the Grand Emperor's lineage. The chaotic whole, immortal slaying thunder had just revealed its extraordinary power. Even when facing the Taishu Temple's lineage, Chen Xingyu, it didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Chen Xingyu looked at the chaotic whole, immortal slaying thunder, and smiled. He pointed with his index finger, and black and white auras appeared one after another, turning into black and white whirlpools. Lei Jia also released one green mass after another, which collided with the black and white whirlpools. Chen Xingyu suddenly waved his hand, and the black and white whirlpools in front of him shattered abruptly, merging into 2 majestic air currents that were like 2 raging dragons. They shattered Lei Jia's chaotic whole, immortal slaying thunder one by one, and then blasted toward Lei Jia himself. Lei Jia's body was covered in green lightning, as if a thunder god had descended to the world. Bolts of lightning were released, turning his surroundings into a lightning hell, blocking the black and white auras outside. Both of them were in the golden elixir period, so in a one-on-one battle, the Greater Law Hall wouldn't suppress their realms, allowing both of them to unleash their full strength. Their strength also dazzled the other cultivators in the Greater Law Hall. Both of them were only testing their strength, but they had already displayed impressive strength. Even the Yuanian cultivators had to treat them seriously. As the battle reached its climax, Lei Jie let out a thunderous roar, and his entire body shone brightly. 9 majestic air currents continuously revolved around his body, and his aura rose. The 9 air currents wrapped in rolling lightning intertwined in midair, condensing and manifesting, gradually condensing into a huge human figure, as if a thunder god had descended to the world. This human figure wasn't an illusion, but a true manifestation of magic power, condensed into a solid body, somewhat similar to the heaven and earth aspect condensed by late Yuanian cultivators. Seeing this scene, even the nascent divinity experts in the All-Heaven Great Hall were slightly moved. Emperor Qin Shi, you nodded. The 9 Qi True Thunder Body is indeed extraordinary. Late Yuanian cultivators had a huge leap in strength compared to middle Yuanian cultivators, and the key was that the heaven and earth aspect condensed the essence of the Tao. Right now, Lei Jie was only in the golden elixir period, but he already had such a technique. Although it was still different from the heaven and earth aspect, it was undoubtedly a qualitative change in his combat strength. In the battle, Chun Xingyu's expression did not change, and the yin and yang qi around him formed an unprecedented, huge vortex. More and more yin and yang magic power merged into it, and gradually the world seemed to be separated, turning into 2 parts, one above and one below, sandwiching Lei Jie and the huge human figure that he had manifested in the middle. The 2 discs rotated in the opposite direction, like a huge millstone, wanting to grind everything in the middle into powder. With yin and yang as the pushing force, and with the world as the millstone, it crushed everything. Taishu Temple's void, Yin Yang Dao's top magic power, Yin Yang grind, heaven and earth grind. Those who recognized this Dharma spell immediately could not sit still. This Dharma spell was far more powerful than ordinary magic powers, and should not have appeared in the golden elixir period. 3 years ago in West Hill City, the Taishu Temple's direct disciple by Shiqian had used this move, and it had shocked everyone. Unfortunately, in the end, she was still defeated by Xianmen Tianzongyu Hongyan. However, that was not because the yin-yang grind, heaven and earth grind was weak, but because Bai Shiqian's combat talent was much weaker than Yu Hongyan's. Even Xianmen Tianzong and the others would not underestimate this powerful Dharma spell. They're both in the golden elixir period. This Chun Xingyu's Dharma spell is much stronger than Bai Shiqian's. As the person with the most right to speak, Yu Hongyan stared at Chun Xingyu for a moment, then said slowly, when Bai Shiqian uses this Dharma spell, it's like a child playing with a 1,000-caddy sledgehammer. But when he uses it, he has already grasped the essence of it. It's as if he can control it with ease. Beside her, Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and the others nodded. Xiao Yan smiled. The other sects have indeed sent out their best disciples for this year's Dharma Assembly. Although Lei Jie had also sensed Chun Xingyu's strength, his fighting spirit did not diminish. The giant lightning god above his head let out a deafening roar as it faced the yin-yang grind, heaven and earth grind head-on. For a moment, both sides were locked in a stalemate. The spectators sighed in admiration that Lei Jie was also extraordinary. He was fighting against the direct disciple of the Taishu Temple and was not at a disadvantage at all. But at this moment, Lei Jie's gaze suddenly trembled. A look of anger flashed across his usually calm and proud face. No, impossible. I'm the one who succeeded. Chapter 693. Lei Jie took a deep breath as if he had made some sort of decision. The statue of the giant lightning god above his head suddenly disintegrated. No one had expected this. The smile on Lei Lai's face disappeared, and the light in his eyes intensified as he stared at Lei Jie. Chun Xingyu, who was fighting Lei Jie, did not take advantage of the situation to kill him. Instead, he retracted his yin-yang crushing world grinder and looked calmly at Lei Jie. Lei Jie's expression had completely returned to its cold and calm state. He said lightly, "I forfeit this round." Great Law Hall was in an uproar, and the Lei family disciples were even more shocked. They did not understand why Lei Jie would suddenly forfeit. Many of the Yuanying ancestors of the Lei family also looked at Lei Jie in astonishment. They knew very well that Lei Jie, who possessed the 9-chi true thunderbody, was still holding back even now. Of course, Chun Xingyu's strength might not be at its limit, but the two sides were still evenly matched. If the fight continued, Lei Jie still had a chance. Not to mention his final ranking in Xianmen Tianzong's assembly, just defeating a core disciple of Taishu Temple would be enough to make Lei Jie's name spread far and wide. He would thoroughly secure the title of a Young Heavens Chosen and become one of the best of the younger generation in the Divine Land. Lei Lai, the patriarch, knew that deep in his heart, his proud descendant had always been unconvinced that the dual-pupiled Shi Tianyi had suppressed him. After Shi Tianyi had been defeated by Shi Tianhao, Lei Jie's goal had naturally shifted to Shi Tianhao. Lei Jie was participating in the Dharma assembly, this time to aim for the last place. Based on Lei Lai's understanding of him, Lei Jie would not purposely seek defeat in order to gain the chance to challenge Shi Tianhao. That kind of fight, which was obviously a senior giving pointers to a junior, was not something the proud Lei Jie would accept. He wanted to first subdue the second-generation disciples of Xianmen Tianzong and then challenge Shi Tianhao openly. Therefore, even if he were to forfeit his battle with Chun Xingyu, he would never use his right to challenge Shi Tianhao or Shi Tianhao's fellow disciples. It was because of his deep understanding of Lei Jie that Lei Lai was especially shocked. He didn't know why Lei Jie would suddenly forfeit. Lei Jie's face was as calm as still water. He was well aware of his family's restlessness. If he gave up, it would be meaningless for him to participate in the spell assembly. Most people would only think that he was afraid to fight. He did not have the confidence or even the courage to fight against Chun Xingyu of the Taishu Temple. Not only would it not increase his reputation, but it would also damage Lei Jie's previous reputation. Lei Jie was well aware of the consequences, but after a brief moment of consideration, he finally decided to forfeit. Stopping or even retreating now is for the sake of moving forward. Lei Jie did his best to calm himself down. This time, we must completely solve this problem. I'm a success. In the central hall of Cloud Peak, a group of Foundation disciples of Xianmen Tianzong sat together to watch the process of the spell assembly. When someone saw Lei Jie forfeit, he couldn't help but purse his lips. What's going on? He clearly doesn't look like he's going to lose. Maybe he knows in his heart that he's not a match for him, so he doesn't want to lose too badly. What do you think, Tang Jun? Suddenly, someone asked a young man beside him. You're at the Foundation establishment stage, so your cultivation is higher than ours. You should be able to see more, right? The young man called Tang Jun's eyes were like lightning as he stared closely at Lei Jie in the illusion of light and shadow. He said lightly, I don't know either. The person beside him muttered softly, but you really look like him. If it wasn't for the fact that one of you has the surname Lei and the other has the surname Tang, I would have thought you were brothers. Tang Jun's hand suddenly clenched into a fist, then slowly loosened. He laughed, but didn't say anything. Within the All Heavens Hall, The head of the Lei family Lai seemed to have calmed down, smiling towards Lin Daohan and Yen Mingyue. Your sect's great disciples are dragons among dragons. My grandson has shown his incompetence. The Marquis of Xuanji, Zhu Hanguo, who had been very quiet since the beginning of the spell assembly, suddenly sent him a sound transmission. Now, it looks like your grandson won't do. We still have to see what the situation is like with the other one. Lai's gaze moved, replying as if nothing had happened. Marquis of Xuanji, don't be impatient. I'll ask Lei Jia later, and we'll know the exact situation. The primordial spirit big shots of the other powers all congratulated Lin Daohan. Fellow Lin has a successor. Congratulations. Lin Feng also looked at him and said with a smile, a great teacher produces a great disciple. The ancients did not deceive me. I can't compare to the master of the Xian Gate and his great disciple. Lin Daohan bowed slightly, his tone calm. My disciple still has many areas that he needs to train in after entering your sect's Xian Tian realm. If he offends you in any way, please forgive him. Chen Xingyu has already entered the top 4. At the very least, he can obtain the right to freely enter and exit the Xian Tian realm. Of course, this freedom of entry and exit must be established under conscious conditions. If he enters and loots all kinds of rare treasures or excavates some precious mineral vein in one go, then Xianmen Tianzong will definitely not allow him to enter and not leave. Lin Feng smiled. Perhaps in the end, it will be a chance for your disciple to obtain the primordial starlight baptism. Yan Mingyue smiled slightly. Sect leader Lin is too polite. No matter what, I have to thank sect leader Lin for taking out such a generous reward. The power of the stars is so powerful that even a primordial spirit powerhouse can't easily control it. Even if there is a way to guide the starlight, it is extremely violent and can easily kill people. The Dharma spells of the Taishu Temple, the divine light of the gathering stars in the 9 heavens of Taishu scripture, is a similar Dharma spell. The more powerful Dharma spells, like the 9 glory sky-shattering formation, are even more destructive. It is very difficult to guide the starlight to temper one's body. Since ancient times, only the demon powerhouses who have cultivated to the primordial true spirit realm can naturally guide the power of the stars to cultivate with the secret method of the demon race. It is extremely difficult for human cultivators. Only the desolate ancient star sea that is controlled by the demon race at the moment is endless and mysterious, guiding the endless starlight like a zone, where human cultivators can also guide the starlight to temper their body. Lin Feng has control of the foreign dimension that is a projection of the desolate ancient star sea, so he can draw a small amount of primordial starlight to temper the body and soul of his disciples. However, the foreign dimension is only a projection of the desolate ancient star sea. It is created by Xia Huang's magical treasure of creation, Ding of Shenzhou. It is not a real realm passage that leads to the desolate ancient star sea, so the starlight that can be guided is still limited. At the same time, although the baptism of the primordial starlight is much gentler, there is still a certain requirement for the person who can bear the power of the stars. Only those who are outstanding can bear the power of the stars and go to the next level. Even under Xianmen Tianzong, only a portion of people can bear it. Even so, the starlight is very limited. Since Lin Feng is willing to take out this thing as a reward for the spell gathering, even people like Lin Daohan and Yan Mingyue from the Taishu Temple and Emperor Qin Shiyu from the Great Qin Dynasty expressed their approval. The thunderous swordsman sighed, speaking of which, none of the 7 seas of heaven origin is completely controlled by us human cultivators. As soon as he said this, the big shots immediately nodded in agreement. The so-called 7 seas of heaven origin are the star sea, the empty sea, the nether sea, the mysterious sea, being sea, the spirit sea, and the dead sea. They are all outside of the great heaven origin world, but they are different from the medium-class worlds. They are giant foreign dimensions that are even bigger than medium-class worlds. The Star Sea is the desolate ancient Star Sea. In the immemorial age, it was the paradise of the demon race. In the ancient age, it was occupied by the human race and became the residence of the human sovereign. In the last years of the ancient age, it was retaken by the demon race. Until now, it is still controlled by the demon race. The empty sea is actually the void battlefield. It is filled with space turbulence and void storms. The human race and the demon race often enter it to search for treasures. No one can say that it is controlled by the demon race. The Nether Sea is the netherworld underground sea. According to folklore, it is the location of the netherworld underground sea. It is filled with all kinds of ferocious disasters. The true water of the netherworld and the true water of the blood river of the true water of the six great true water, the evil Hades, the mysterious heavenly tribulation flame, and the red lotus karmic fire of the seven great true fires, and the nine nether wind of the four great divine winds all originate from there. The Nether Sea is in a closed state. There is no complete realm passage connecting it to the divine land or infinite wilderness land. There are only occasional cracks, but they are fleeting, appearing, and healing quickly. The true water of the netherworld, the true water of the blood river, the evil Hades, and other disasters leak out from the cracks at this time, poisoning the world. The dark sea is only connected to infinite wilderness land. It is not in contact with the divine land at all. It is now the habitat of the dragon race. The Ing Sea is connected to the divine land. It is located in the depths of the sea in the east of the Great Zhou dynasty. It is also known as the Phantom Sea. There are many strange phenomena and mysterious things there. There are many illusions. Compared to the void battlefield, it is not as violent but more mysterious and unpredictable. It is also a place of great danger. There are many primordial spirit cultivators who are trapped there and cannot come out again, let alone those below the primordial spirit stage. Many powerful beings in the divine land have tried to explore the Ing Sea. However, like the void battlefield, they have some gains, but they are far from completely controlling it. Logically speaking, just like how the Mystic Ocean was to Tianhuang mainland and the Ying Ocean was to the divine continent, the cultivation world of the human race should be considered their own backyard. However, the awkward thing was that there was a realm passageway on the eastern sea of the divine continent that was connected to the Tianhuang mainland. Thus, the demon race did not need to spend too much effort to go to the Ying Ocean. For the passage to the Ying Sea, the two races have often fought. The Great Zhou dynasty has many cultivators stationed at the sea to guard the realm passage to infinite wilderness land to prevent the demon race from entering. The Spirit Sea and Dead Sea are relatively mysterious, and they are even harder to find than the Netherworld Sea, Celestial Sword Sovereign suddenly said. Speaking of which, it seems that it is almost time for the Ing Sea's 3 mountains to appear. It is said that by controlling the 3 mountains, one can truly control the entire Ing Sea. I wonder if this is true? Hearing this, both Emperor Qin Shiyu and Great Zhou's Marquis Xuanji, Zhu Hongwu, frowned. Songhai Sword Sect's Sword Sovereign Emerald Wave was expressionless and looked towards Celestial Sword Sovereign. Celestial Sword Sovereign only smiled slightly and did not say anything. Yen Mingyue had a faint smile on her face, while Lin Daohan sighed softly. Lin Feng looked at this scene with interest and laughed in his heart. Yingxi's 3 mountains, interesting. Chapter 694. Lin Feng had some understanding of the legends of the 3 mountains of Ying Ocean. As long as it wasn't a special secret, he would be able to obtain it through the system. The 3 mountains of Ying Ocean were Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzong. Legend had it that they were the 3 immortal mountains or 3 immortal islands that floated above Ying Ocean. The illusory realms of the three immortal mountains had always been hidden in the depths of Ing Ocean, appearing and disappearing from time to time. In ancient times, there was once an almighty who mistakenly entered the immortal mountain and escaped. However, he died not long after he left the Ing Sea. Before he died, he left a key message saying that whoever could control the three mountains of the Ing Sea would be able to truly control the Ing Sea. After hearing that, the Grand Emperor, who was the human emperor at that time, immediately entered Ing Ocean. After a long time, he returned from Ing Ocean. Although he didn't gain anything, he confirmed that the rumor was true. Not only did the Grand Emperor confirm the rumor, but he also broke the many dermic power restrictions of the three immortal mountains. As a result, the three immortal mountains that were originally unpredictable would appear after a fixed period of time. However, their locations would still change randomly. As far as Lin Feng knew, the next appearance of the three mountains should be in the next 1 to 2 years. In a sense, it was all thanks to the Grand Emperor that the future generations had a clear hope of obtaining the three mountains of Ing Ocean. Although the future generations had yet to appear, people's understanding of Ing Ocean and the three mountains had increased since ancient times. The chances of truly controlling the immortal mountains were getting higher and higher. Of course, there were still great difficulties and risks. In the past, the Grand Emperor's cultivation level had fallen into a low after returning from Ing Ocean. As a result, he died in the following war between the two worlds. After the Grand Emperor, all the almighty experts who had substantial contact with the three mountains of Ing Ocean had suffered heavy losses, and many of them had died. With the efforts of the generations, the veil that shrouded the three immortal mountains was peeled off layer by layer. In the recent 1,000 years, the fog that covered the truth was finally about to dissipate. Without a doubt, the powerful force that was closest to the Ing High Ocean was the Great Zhou Empire. Just like the Empty Ocean, Star Sea, and Dark Sea, even though there were numerous dangers in the Hawk Ocean, it was an enormous treasury that was practically boundless, and it was filled with various treasures that were rare or even unique in other places of the heaven primal world. It attracted batch after batch of cultivators to fight to enter the Hawk Ocean, to search for them even if they had to risk their lives. If he could gain complete control of this place, he would no longer have to fear the dangers within it, and he would be able to take whatever he wanted from this boundless treasure vault. Then, the growth of his strength would undoubtedly be explosive. In the All-Heaven Grand Hall, although the group of Essence Soul powerhouses did not speak, a large number of spiritual, will, and dermic powers were communicating. The matter regarding the three mountains of Ing Sea was not a secret. Most of the people present basically knew about it, and knew that the three mountains were about to appear again. However, everyone restrained themselves. After all, there were many risks in the Ing Sea. Even Essence Soul experts were not safe in there. But at this moment, in the All-Heaven Grand Hall on Yujing Mountain, everyone was calculating whether Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong would also join in. If Xianmen Tianzong joined in, how big of an impact would it be? The last time the three mountains of Ing Sea appeared, Xianmen Tianzong still did not exist, and no one in the world knew of Lin Feng's existence. But now, with the influence of Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong, all of this had to be taken into consideration. Sword Venerable Emerald Wave and Lei family head Lai expressionlessly watched this scene. On the contrary, the number 2 person of the Great Zhou dynasty, the Marquis of Xuanji, Zhu Hongwu, was very relaxed. His expression did not change as he calmly sat on the chair. After glancing at Sword Venerable Celestial, his gaze landed on Lin Feng and Lin Daohan. Sword Venerable Celestial exposing the three mountains of Ing Sea undoubtedly had the intention of instigating internal strife among the united front of Xianmen, Tianzong, Great Zhou, and Great Qin. Lin Feng still had a faint smile on his face. He was calm and composed without any change. After the initial sigh, Lin Daohan's expression was also as calm as before. Zhu Hongwu looked at them and nodded his head with an unknown meaning. Then he retracted his gaze and was still as calm as Mount Tai, as if nothing had happened. Lin Feng sat on the main seat and smiled in his heart. Interesting. I wonder how Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhang Mountain compare to my Yujing Mountain? In the All-Heaven Grand Hall, the group of Essence Soul experts were thinking about the 3 mountains of Yingxi. Meanwhile, the spell-gathering competition in the Spreading Law Hall was still in full swing. After the match between Chen Xingyu and Lei Jie, the 2 sides of the battle became the second stage's second-place Dao Yuding and the 7th-place Chu Yang. No matter if it was Dao Yuding herself or her master Wang Lin, they were both pragmatists. They believed that the ultimate goal of a fight was to defeat or even kill the enemy. So if they had an advantage, they had to use it. She directly chose a world of ice and snow as the location for the competition, cultivating with Wang Lin. During the process of cultivation, not only did Dao Yuding cultivate the spells and spells of Xianmen Tianzong, she also fused the original spells and spells of Heavenly Lake Sect together, reaching a higher level. Actually, you really don't have to do this. Just choose a location that's good for me to perform, and the result won't change, although you don't know which location is suitable for me to perform. Chu Yang secretly curled his lips and used the spells of Beyond Sky Mountain to fight Dao Yuding. Although he had made up his mind to hide his strength, he did not perform too badly. He displayed many of his unique understanding of spells and spells, which made the spectators from Beyond Sky Mountain and the cultivators from other forces secretly nod their heads. However, as Chu Yang said, no matter how the process was, the result would not change. Putting aside the fact that his opponent was Dao Yuding, who was an outstanding second-generation successor disciple of Xianmen Tianzong, as long as his opponent was a normal cultivator, and not a pig, Chu Yang would still be able to lose to her. It was just that the method of losing was different. As long as one had the heart to win, one could lose no matter what. The solution was always more difficult than the solution. Facing an expert was one way of losing, and facing a rookie was another way of losing. Therefore, although Chu Yang was defeated in the end, the spectators did not look down on him too much. After all, even though he had made it to the top 8, many people still thought that he was the weakest of the top 8, and he was labeled as a one-round loser. Now that he had displayed a certain level of strength and regrettably lost, many people who had lower expectations of him acknowledged his performance. Although he was not a dark horse to the very end, at least he was of a good quality. Before this, many of the younger cultivators were rather dissatisfied with Chu Yang. They thought that he had only made it this far by relying on luck and petty tricks. In the first stage of the Tower Challenge, his teammates were all quite strong. As long as he ensured that he did not drag them down, he could easily pass the first stage of the assessment. In the second stage, Chu Yang stood out. However, the fact that he managed to gather 9 golden rings in one go still made many people feel that his luck was off the charts. There were some more subtle psychological games that not everyone could see. In particular, many of the young cultivators from the Scarlet Cloud sect disliked Chu Yang no matter how they looked at him. The Scarlet Cloud sect and Beyond Heaven Mountain were both well-known mid-sized forces in the southern foothills of the Kunlun Mountains. After the destruction of the Wind God sect, the Scarlet Cloud sect immediately approached Xianmen Tianzong. Xianmen Tianzong did not mistreat the Scarlet Cloud sect either. Among the first batch of external forces to enter the Xianmen realm, other than the large forces like the Great Qin, the Thunderbolt Sword Sect, the Celeritas Sword Sect, and the Purple Cloud Path, the Scarlet Cloud Sect was one of the few mid-sized forces that took precedence over Beyond Heaven Mountain. In recent years, Beyond Heaven Mountain had gradually separated from Shushan and approached Xianmen Tianzong. The Scarlet Cloud sect was undoubtedly the most hostile towards them. Both parties were not on good terms in the first place. Now that Beyond Heaven Mountain had come to snatch their #1 follower position, the Scarlet Cloud sect was naturally unhappy. The Scarlet Cloud sect thought that they had the merit of helping them rise to the top. Originally, they had the attitude of looking down on their old rival. After considering the cultivation and talent of their own successor, the Scarlet Cloud sect, who felt that it was better to hide their incompetence than to show their incompetence, did not send their disciples to participate in the Dharma assembly. They even secretly mocked Beyond Heaven Mountain for sending Chu Yang. In the end, Chu Yang had actually made it to the top 8. Instantly, the young cultivators of the Scarlet Cloud sect looked at their master and grandmaster with resentment. Even the trash from Beyond Heaven Mountain could make it to the top 8, but they could only squat here and watch like quails. This made them feel as if their hearts were being scratched by cats. It was only until the battle with Dao Yuding in the 3rd stage. Although Chu Yang had been defeated, he had more or less shown that he was the real deal. Only then did some of the people feel a little better. Therefore, the cultivators of the Scarlet Cloud sect began to feel conflicted again. Beyond Heaven Mountain had made it to the point that Xianmen Tianzong would not abandon the old for the new, but there was no doubt that Beyond Heaven Mountain would be in a brand new situation. This made the Scarlet Cloud sect, who had gotten used to looking down on their old neighbor, feel a little annoyed. Next, let's wait for the challenge. Chu Yang left the competition venue and returned to his private room in Beyond Heaven Mountain. He let out a long sigh. Qinggu, you definitely don't recognize me. Dao Yuding's advancement to the top 4 was basically within everyone's expectations. To most people, this was the battle with the least suspense among the top 8 battles. If Dao Yuding was defeated, it would be the biggest upset in the Dharma assembly so far. The next battle was undoubtedly the battle with the most suspense among the top 8 battles. Although the battle between the two was the one with the greatest difference in ranking among those who had advanced in the 2nd stage of the assessment, Su Yunsheng, who was in 1st place in the 2nd stage, was up against Ing Rosa, who was in 8th place. Both of them had left the mountain to travel before and had made a name for themselves. Before this Dharma assembly, they were the most well-known among the 2nd-generation true disciples of Xianmen Tianzong. And within Xianmen Tianzong, Su Yunsheng and Ing Rosa's reputation was even more resounding. Apart from Dao Yuding, who was in the late stage of foundation building as soon as she entered the sect, and had to be counted separately due to special circumstances, Su Yunsheng and Ing Rosa could be said to be outstanding for a time. The two of them were the first batch of foundation building disciples to enter the sect, and also the first batch of true disciples to enter the sect. From the day they entered the sect, the two of them jointly took the 1st and 2nd place in all the assessments. They chased each other and were evenly matched. Overall, Su Yunsheng was slightly ahead of Ing Rosa by a small margin. When the two of them were present, the others could only fight for the 3rd place. Apart from Huang Jinting and Lin Tong, the two little friends, whose momentum was getting fiercer and fiercer these days, no one could shake their position. Even little Huang and little Lin Tong were still very immature. If they wanted to truly attack the top 2, they still needed some time. Only the sudden emergence of Zhou Yunsong in this Dharma assembly changed the situation a little. But in the hearts of many Xianmen Tianzong disciples, due to the inherent impression, Su Yunsheng and Ing Rosa were the strongest among the 2nd-generation foundation building disciples. The battle between the two of them had extraordinary significance. Regardless of what the previous results were, in this Dharma assembly competition held in front of the One Heaven Tao, whoever lost would not be able to raise their heads for a very long time. Chapter 695. In the private room, after watching the battle between Zhou Yunsong and Lin Tong, Iloza, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood up and looked at Su Yunxing. His gaze wasn't as sharp and fiery as before, but it was still as arrogant as before. I've heard a saying before, but I never took it to heart. But now I feel that it makes some sense, Eloza said calmly. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and we have to take it one step at a time. No matter what level Zhou Yunsong is at, I have to fight you first. If you're stronger than Zhou Yunsong, then there's no need to talk about anything else. If Zhou Yunsong is stronger than you, then I have to surpass you first before I can challenge him. Su Yunxing stood up and looked at Eloza with a complicated expression. He didn't respond to Eloza's words and simply nodded his head. Let's go. After saying that, he walked out of the quiet room and headed for the arena. Eloza frowned slightly and followed him out of the quiet room. When Su Yunsheng and Eloza entered the arena, and Su Yunsheng began to designate the environment of the arena, the Xianmen Tianzong cultivators in the spreading Law Hall all became spirited. In the past, the two of them had fought many times. Not only did the disciples of the Qian Tian Hall pay attention, but the disciples of the other caves would also come to watch. Inside the All Heavens Hall, Lin Feng sat on the main seat and leisurely smiled. The outcome of this battle was already within his expectations, and there was no suspense. Su Yunsheng would definitely lose. As the saying goes, as long as you have the heart to lose, as long as your opponent isn't a pig, you'll get what you want. However, Lin Feng believed that the process would be a very exciting battle between a dragon and a tiger, and the final result would be the same as the previous battles between the two of them. The difference between victory and defeat would only be a hair's breadth. Reality proved Lin Feng's expectations. The process of the battle was even more intense and bloody than the previous battles between the two of them. In the end, Rosa paid a heavy price to defeat Su Yunsheng by a single move, successfully advancing to the next round. Because Su Yunsheng's fatal attack had been neutralized by the spreading Law Hall's magical power restriction, the two of them eventually came out of the arena. On the other hand, Irosa's injuries were even more serious. It was so serious that if the sect didn't treat him, let alone participate in the next round of the competition, he might even die from his injuries after a period of time. The actual outcome of this tragic battle was almost equal to both sides suffering heavy losses and perishing together. The group of young cultivators in the Great Law Hall were mesmerized. Even a few Yuanying ancestors repeatedly nodded their heads as they watched the battle between the two Foundation establishment disciples. The battle between Su Yunsheng and Rosa had not only displayed their outstanding magic power, it had also been a battle of wills and temperaments. When the young cultivators of the major forces saw this battle, they all asked themselves, what would the result be if they were on the other side? Most of them shook their heads in their hearts. Some of the cultivators who had participated in the spell assembly but were eliminated were originally unconvinced, such as Fan Xiefeng, Shi Jingyun, Shi Shaoqian, Kang Hai, and the others. They felt that the first and second stages of the test were too coincidental. But now that they saw the battle between Su Yunsheng and Rosa, they had to admit that even if they entered the top 8, they would still be defeated if they met either one of them. While the disciples of Xianmen Tianzong exclaimed in admiration, they all secretly felt that it was a pity. What a pity! It would be great if Senior Brother Su and Senior Brother Rosa didn't meet each other. Both of them had the strength to enter the top 4, but now Senior Brother Su can only regretfully stop in the top 8. Su Yunsheng himself was very calm. In the All Heaven Great Hall, Lin Feng looked at Zhu Yi and smiled. Zhu Yi nodded, stood up, and said, I'll go down to take a look at my disciple. I'll be taking my leave for a while. Seniors, please forgive me. With that, his figure disappeared from the hall. As Rosa's master, it was only right for Zhu Yi to show some concern for him. It was just like how Wang Lin had gone to investigate when Li Xingfei had been heavily injured. At this moment, Ing Rosa was unconscious and was sent out by Shi Tianhao. Su Yunsheng, who had been sent out by the Great Law Hall's magic power restriction, was waiting outside. Shi Tianhao glanced at him and said with a smile, "Send him to a separate quiet room. Second senior brother will come and treat your injuries." "Yes, little martial uncle." Su Yunsheng nodded, used his magic power to wrap up Ing Rosa, turned around, and left. Although he was defeated, stopped in the top 8, and even lost to his old enemy, Su Yunsheng's mental state was much better, as if he had removed the shackles that had been shackling him for a long time. He came to the quiet room and saw a purple-clothed scholar sitting inside, calmly looking at him. Zhu Yi took Ing Rosa and first treated his injuries, not in a hurry to speak to Su Yunsheng. Su Yunsheng also stood there calmly, silently waiting. For a moment, Su Yunsheng's thoughts drifted, and his life's experiences flashed through his mind. On the surface, his identity was that of a great Qin official's family, and he didn't seem to have any relationship with the great Zhou dynasty, and there was even hatred between them. But in reality, his position in the Su family was very awkward. To be precise, Su Yunsheng's surname wasn't Su, and he didn't even know what his surname was. Many years ago, during a conflict between the Great Zhou and the Great Qin, his mother was kidnapped by the Great Zhou people, and after 10 months of pregnancy, she gave birth to him and his twin sister. To his mother, the siblings were a disgrace. Once his mother escaped, the siblings were abandoned, and the 2 children depended on each other. Later, they became disciples of someone, and they were chosen by the Great Zhou dynasty's spy agency. It just so happened that after his mother returned to the Su family, she did not have any children, and her husband, the Su family leader, also had no children. Under the pressure of the family elders, he sent people to the Great Zhou dynasty to search for the siblings, lying that she had been pregnant before she was kidnapped. Just like that, Su Yunsheng returned to the Su family. At the beginning, he did not reveal his cultivation talent. In reality, he was just a chess piece that the Great Zhou dynasty's spy agency had set up in the Great Qin dynasty. The Su family had their suspicions, so although Su Yunsheng was the legitimate son of the family leader, he was actually treading on thin ice. After he revealed his cultivation talent, he was sent by the Great Zhou dynasty to go to the Sand State city to become a disciple of Xianmen Tianzong. Thinking about that, an extremely complicated expression appeared on Su Yunsheng's face. To him, the following days were the happiest, most relaxed, and carefree time of his life. A relaxed atmosphere, friendly fellow sect members, a brilliant master, a powerful sect. Everything was so perfect. But the more it was like this, the more fear grew in the depths of Su Yunsheng's heart. It was as if there was a voice constantly telling him, "All of this does not belong to you." The fear became stronger and stronger, as if an extremely heavy shackle was placed on his body, making him feel suffocated. This intense fear made Su Yunsheng not dare to imagine what would await him if his identity was exposed one day. Su Yunsheng was not afraid of death, but his master Zhu Yi's disappointed sigh, the disdainful and surprised gazes of his fellow sect members, being expelled from Xianmen Tianzong, leaving the environment that made him feel like a perfect home. All of this made Su Yunsheng unable to breathe. When the sect opened for the second time, the appearance of the heart-reflecting staircase caused Su Yunsheng's fear to soar to the peak. Although disciples like them who opened the sect for the first time did not need to walk the heart-reflecting staircase to take the test, Su Yunsheng did not doubt that Patriarch Lin Feng had the ability to see through him. Afterwards, in order to avoid having a guilty conscience, Lu Xiaofeng, Li Xingfei, and the others went through the test of the 7 emotions and 6 desires in the Purple Qi Pagoda. Su Yunsheng was even more anxious. He faintly felt that he had been exposed. But Lin Feng, Zhu Yi, and the others did not say anything. Afterwards, their attitude towards him did not change at all. Their cultivation, their daily interactions, their arrangements to go out for training, everything was the same as usual. They treated him the same as they treated Rosa and the others. This made Su Yunsheng slightly surprised, but he also constantly numbed himself. Perhaps I haven't been exposed. In fact, he knew better than anyone that the truth might be completely opposite, but he was still willing to be like an ostrich burying its head in the desert, deceiving himself, just so that he could live a few more days like this. And also for his sister, his only family, the only person he truly cared about before he entered Xianmen Tianzong. Other than his mother, even the Su family did not know of his sister's existence. When his mother asked about his sister, Su Yunsheng's answer was that she was already dead. Only Su Yunsheng himself knew that his sister had always been in the Great Zhou Empire's control. If I explain everything to the sect should have the ability to help me save my sister. But will the sect do this? For a spy with ulterior motives like me, all kinds of worries, fears, and contradictions kept fermenting in Su Yunsheng's heart, causing this usually smart and calm young man to completely lose his composure. He muddling along. Sometimes he even hypnotized himself. I am Xianmen Tianzong's disciple, Su Yunsheng, not a disciple of the great Qin Empire's Su family, not a spy of the great Zhou Empire. Not that bastard who doesn't even know who his father is. Under Su Yunsheng's modest appearance, there was arrogance, and in the depths of this arrogance, there was extreme inferiority. This forced him to do his best and be number one no matter what situation he was in. He hoped that he could throw away all the burdens of the past and wholeheartedly become the most outstanding disciple of the sect. But every time he thought about his sister who was still in the hands of the Great Zhou Empire, his beautiful dream would instantly turn into a nightmare, and then he would wake up from the nightmare. As a result, while breaking out in cold sweat, Su Yunsheng felt even more conflicted. He felt as if his brain had turned into paste, and as he worried about personal gains and losses, he also became stupid. For the past 3 years, Su Yunsheng had been tormented between a beautiful dream and a nightmare, until the Kunlun Mountain Dharma assembly this time, when the Great Zhou Empire urged him more and more urgently, and he was getting closer and closer to the position of first-seat disciple. Su Yunsheng's mind gradually became clear, and he finally made up his mind. "Do you have anything you want to say to your master?" Zhu Yi's words brought Su Yunsheng back to his senses. He saw that Zhu Yi had already finished treating Imrosa. Imrosa's injuries had stabilized, and he had fallen into a deep sleep to recuperate. Zhu Yi turned around and looked calmly at Su Yunsheng. His eyes were calm, as if everything was under his control. In the past few years, if Su Yunsheng had faced Zhu Yi's gaze, he might have been even more terrified and on the verge of a mental breakdown. But now, Su Yunsheng, who had already made up his mind, was extremely calm. Slowly, he knelt down and kowtowed to Zhu Yi. "This disciple has sinned, and I hereby report this to my master." Chapter 696. In the All Heavens Palace, after handing the matter over to Zhu Yi, Lin Feng did not pay much attention to it. On one hand, he believed that Zhu Yi could handle this matter properly. On the other hand, what choice Su Yunsheng would make was within Lin Feng's expectations, just like how he had predicted the outcome of the battle between Su Yunsheng and Rosa. As long as one had the heart to win, anything could be done. This was not limited to Chu Yang. Wanting to win might not necessarily be as one wished, but wanting to lose was too simple. The only problem was how one lost and whether the spectators would be able to see it. The outcome of the battle between Su Yunsheng and Rosa had always been a fine line. It was actually very normal for either of them to win. Under these circumstances, there was no need for Su Yunsheng to go easy on Rosa. As long as his desire to win was not as strong as before, his defeat was destined. Through the secret mark left on Su Yunqing's body, Lin Feng knew that even when Su Yunqing contacted the Great Zhou Empire, he had never leaked any information about Xianmen Tianzong. Of course, this was related to the fact that the Great Zhou Empire did not consult him. They had arranged for Su Yunsheng to come here for a greater purpose. They did not wish for Su Yunsheng to lose sight of the bigger picture and expose his identity. However, there was a very important matter, one that concerned his life, that Su Yunsheng did not report to the Great Zhou Empire. It was true that he hadn't taken the heart-reflecting staircase, but he had participated in the second true disciple exam with Lu Shaofeng and the others. The 7 emotions and 6 desires transformation test in the Purple Chi Pagoda was even stricter than the heart-reflecting staircase. This lack of information caused the Great Zhou Empire to clearly misjudge the situation, making them very optimistic about keeping Su Yunqing's situation and identity a secret. When a spy constantly expressed to his superiors that he had not been exposed, it would undoubtedly lead to a huge misunderstanding, especially when his superiors did not have any other effective channels to verify his identity. Lin Feng could not be sure if Su Yunsheng had deliberately concealed it, or if it was an unintentional and subconscious action. However, this did not prevent him from seeing through Su Yunsheng's current bias. Under these circumstances, the outcome of the battle between Su Yunsheng and Ingroza could already be foreseen. Many people felt that it was a pity for Su Yunsheng, but some people didn't feel that it was as simple as pity. The quiet room where Great Zhou's crown prince Liang Yuan was in was dead silent. No one made a sound. Everyone silently looked at the motionless Liang Yuan sitting on the chair. After a long time, the statue-like Liang Yuan let out a long sigh. It's all for naught. Liang Yuan lightly shook his head with a calm expression. A Yuanian cultivator behind him stepped forward and said, "This subject was incompetent and is willing to be punished by your highness. It's not your fault." Liang Yuan waved his hand. "If something happens to the people below, they can't blame you, Minister Shao. After all, they are living people with their own thoughts and emotions. They are not clay figurines." The Yuanian cultivator surnamed Shao said hatefully that northern militant barbarian only needed to take that little barbarian Xianmen Tianzong in a few more circles. In the end, he actually went to cause trouble for that little girl. Not only did he give himself a free hand, he also ruined your highness's plans. Liang Yuan said, "If it wasn't for the deep hatred between him and that little barbarian, we wouldn't have been able to order him to do things." This kind of double-edged sword always has its pros and cons. Su Yunsheng did not live up to expectations. Otherwise, if he had defeated that little barbarian in this round, even if he stopped at the top 4, he would still be the well-deserved number 1 in his group. Zhu Yi would very likely choose him to be the head disciple. Another Yuanian cultivator said in a low voice, "This person is useless and wasted all the effort and resources we poured into him. This time, we also exposed our other precious spies. The gains do not make up for the losses." In the second stage, among the cultivators who were defeated by Su Yunsheng and took the golden hoop, there were people secretly planted by the Great Zhou dynasty. The cultivators who dragged down Chen Xingyu's group in the first stage were also connected to the Great Zhou dynasty. Some of these people were sent by the Great Zhou dynasty to participate in this spell assembly. Some were like Zhuolei, rising stars from other powers. Those who could be brought to participate in the Kunlun Mountain spell assembly were existences that their sex focused on training. If the Great Zhou dynasty wanted to send people connected to them to these positions, it would take a lot of effort and resources. But now, all of them were in danger of being exposed. This time, Liang Yuan had spent a lot on Su Yunsheng, but now he might not gain anything. The cultivator, surnamed Xiao, shook his head. According to what we know, Su Yunsheng and that little barbarian have always been evenly matched. In the small competition 3 months ago, the winner was also decided by a hair's breadth, but the winner was Su Yunsheng. The Yuanian cultivator from before sneered. So, what if he won that time? If he lost this time, no matter how much he won before, it would all be lost. The cultivator, surnamed Xiao, looked suspiciously at Crown Prince Liang Yuan. Your Highness, could it be that Su Yunsheng has already been exposed, but Xianmen Tianzong didn't say anything and secretly did something this time? Liang Yuan shook his head. I just asked the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor said that there were no abnormalities. To be able to hide from so many primordial soul powerhouses in the All-Heaven Great Hall, the master of Xianmen Tianzong must have done something. But with the master of Xianmen Tianzong's usual style, he wouldn't lower himself like this. The cultivator, surnamed Xiao, sighed. Then we can only blame Su Yunsheng for not getting along with that little barbarian as soon as he entered the sect. As a result, the other party kept a close eye on him and pestered him endlessly. Fortunately, with our help in the second stage, Su Yunsheng's performance was even more outstanding. In the third stage of the arena battle, the two sides won by a hair's breadth. The difference wasn't big. Liang Yuan said, when choosing a first-seat disciple, one will definitely consider how to deal with people and network. Su Yunsheng's performance was much better than that little barbarian, and it also suits Zhu Yi's temperament and thoughts. The result of this battle will at most reduce his chances of winning, but Su Yunsheng should still be in the lead in the competition. The key is to strengthen control over Su Yunsheng to prevent him from having other thoughts. The group of Yuanian cultivators all nodded and said, "We understand." In the quiet room, Zhu Yi sat on a chair and listened to Su Yunsheng calmly. Su Yunsheng told him about his background, his mission, and all the things he had done over the years. Su Yunsheng spoke in detail, to the point that it was a bit long-winded, but Zhu Yi didn't show any impatience. Silently, he listened. After explaining everything clearly, Su Yunsheng shut his mouth and knelt on the ground, waiting for the final judgment he would face. After listening, Zhu Yi calmly said, "Yunsheng, do you know what the biggest mistake you made was?" After a moment of silence, Su Yunsheng replied, "Disciples should have explained everything to the sect the moment I entered the sect. The sect will uphold justice for disciple and have full authority to handle it. Disciple only needs to listen to instructions and arrangements." As soon as he entered the sect, he clearly explained everything to Lin Feng and his disciple, with Xianmen Tianzong's consistent style. As long as the disciple was sincere, then it wasn't that Su Yunsheng was forced to be a spy because of his sister, but that the great Zhou dynasty had kidnapped the family of Xianmen Tianzong's disciple. Xianmen Tianzong definitely wouldn't sit idly by. But unfortunately, when Su Yunsheng had just entered the sect, Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong hadn't shown their extraordinary power, and they were far from the powerful forces that held a decisive position in the divine land. This made Su Yunsheng make a wrong judgment. He submitted to the power of the great Zhou dynasty and took the first wrong step. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. By the time Su Yunsheng understood the stakes, he had already missed the best opportunity. Thus, he could only suffer, and the fear in his heart increased day by day. Until now, he finally made up his mind. It wasn't to redeem anything, but he didn't want to continue wearing a mask. Slowly, Zhu Yi looked at him calmly and said, "Although you took the wrong path before, you have never done anything detrimental to the sect. Since you took the initiative to confess today, I won't kill you. After the Dharma assembly, I will also go to the great Zhou dynasty and bring your sister back. This will fulfill our fate as master and disciple. Su Yunsheng knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhu Yi. Disciple, thanks, master, Zhu Yi said. As for you, you will be punished according to the sect rules. Yunsheng, although you confessed everything today, you actually only grasped the last chance. You have missed far more than one chance. He looked at Su Yunsheng calmly. Did you think you were exposed when you participated in the second direct disciple test 3 years ago and experienced the changes of 7 emotions and 6 desires? Our ancestor has great foresight and insight. From the moment you entered the sect, he saw through your background. When you, Ing Rosa, and the others participated in the first purple labyrinth test for true disciples, we already knew everything. From the moment you entered the sect, your every move and all your connections with the outside world were all under the sect's control. There were no exceptions. Su Yunsheng knelt on the ground, and cold sweat appeared on his back. He said in a hoarse voice, I was foolish. I am guilty. The sect rules cannot be ignored. No matter what difficulties you have, or whether you have really harmed the sect, as long as you are a spy and have evil intentions, you will definitely be punished. Zhu Yi stood up and looked down at Su Yunsheng. Since you have realized your mistakes, the sect will be lenient. You now have 2 choices. First, you will be expelled from the sect. From today onwards, you are no longer a disciple of Xianmen Tianzong. Your cultivation will be abolished, and all the artifacts, pills, and talismans you obtained from the sect will be taken back. However, the sect will guarantee that you will live a carefree life for the rest of your life. You will be able to choose a place to live in the Xianmen realm or Cloud Mirror City and enjoy the rest of your life. Second, I will not expel you. I will give you 10 years. If you can form the golden elixir within 10 years, your lifespan will be increased by 1,000 years. After that, you will have to do hard labor for 100 years. All your cultivation will be sealed, and all your belongings will be confiscated. You will be forced to work in the mines of the Xianmen realm for 100 years like an ordinary person. During this period, your appearance will be concealed and your identity will be changed. You are not allowed to reveal any relevant information and are not allowed to come into contact with other people in the sect until the 100 years are up. After the time is up, you will still be my disciple. Slowly, Zhu Yi said, if you can't form the golden elixir within 10 years, your cultivation will also be sealed, and you will have to do hard labor for 100 years. This time, your lifespan will be limited, and it will be equivalent to serving a life sentence. No matter what choice you make, if you do anything to harm Xianmen Tianzong in the future, you will not be spared. Think carefully about where you will go. Chapter 697. Faced with the 2 options given by Zhu Yi, Su Yunsheng did not hesitate at all. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily to Zhu Yi. There is no need for disciple to think about it. As long as there is a glimmer of hope to continue to be under master's tutelage, disciple will gladly endure any punishment. Su Yunsheng instantly understood what he would face if he chose the second option. The exploitation of the mother lodes in the mystic heavenly sector was generally the responsibility of cultivators, but there were also some ordinary people who were engaged in the trivial and arduous work as their assistants. It was certainly not as tiring and dangerous as mining in the mortal world, but it was certainly not an easy job either. Especially the metallic mineral veins, such as the dark light meteoric iron, which contained a thick metallic aura. Just the spiritual aura alone was as sharp as a sword. Cultivators with chi refinement stage cultivation could ignore it, but mortals would feel uncomfortable. Therefore, this kind of work was truly hard labor. Generally, only sinners would be sent there to receive supervision after receiving punishment. While working hard, their freedom would also be restricted. on the ground of Xianmen Tianzong, there would not be a situation where cultivators bullied mortals, but it was inevitable that they would be ordered around. As the most outstanding true disciple of the Qian Tian Palace in Xianmen Tianzong, Su Yunxing's original position in the sect was naturally not low. When he went to the mystic heaven realm to train, except for Feng Biji and Zen Master Dade, who were guarding there, everyone had to treat him with respect when they saw him and even fawn on him. The external stewards in charge of mining resources also had to be careful in front of him, serve him, and provide him with high-quality minerals or elixirs. But choosing the second option meant that he had to conceal his identity and go to the subordinates who originally respected and fawned on him. From a true disciple, with limitless glory, to a convict, one could imagine how great the difference was. If it was a short period of time, it might not matter, but a full 100 years could not be considered short. For cultivators, they did not know the length of time in the mountains. Although 100 years was long, it would pass very quickly in the process of continuous cultivation. But for ordinary mortals, many people could not live for 100 years in their lifetime. More than 30,000 days and nights of hard labor sounded simple. But when this kind of life really started, how many people could endure it? For those who could endure, how long could they endure? This was under the condition that Su Yunxing successfully advanced to the golden elixir period within 10 years. At the very least, he could look forward to the future. If he couldn't form his gold core within 10 years, it would mean that he would have to work hard until he grew old and died. Moreover, no one would know all of this. On the day of his death, he would only be a sinner serving hard labor. No one would know that he used to be an outstanding figure among the second generation of Xianmen Tianzong, who was recognized by his fellow disciples as the most promising candidate to become the first seat disciple of the Qian Tian Palace. Su Yunxing, if he couldn't live a grand life, he could only die a silent death. If one chose the first path, their cultivation would be crippled and their freedom would be limited, but they would be able to live a prosperous and worry-free life for the rest of their lives. Su Yunxing had thought of all of this immediately, but he still chose the second option without any hesitation, because at the end of that road was the life he dreamed of. All along, the dream that seemed illusory and unreal had the possibility of becoming reality. No matter how difficult the road was, Su Yunxing would be determined to walk on it. In fact, someone as smart as him could faintly feel the warmth and care of his sect under the cruel road. 100 years of hard labor and a silent death. Although it was difficult, it was tantamount to preserving his reputation. As long as he could form the golden elixir period and peacefully reform through labor, after his sentence was completed, he only needed to explain that he had gone out to travel or secluded himself, and the reason for his disappearance could be explained. Perhaps wasting 100 years would cause his cultivation to fall far behind his peers, not to mentioning Rosa, even Sun Shuer Yangtai, and the others would far surpass him. But at that time, when he returned to Xianmen Tianzong, he would still be the Su Yunxing in everyone's memories. After 100 years, he was no longer the number one successor disciple of the Qian Tian Palace. He was no longer a genius. However, he would be an upright disciple of the celestial sect of wonders. His fellow disciples would not know of his past. They would not look at him with colored glasses. Wasn't this what he dreamed of? Even if he had to pay 100 years of hardship, he would gladly endure it. If he couldn't form his golden core within 10 years, then he would have to work hard for the rest of his life. He could only blame himself and no one else. Su Yunxing raised his head. His eyes were clear, and the arrogant eagle seemed to have returned to the sky. He firmly believed that he could form the golden elixir within 10 years. This was his confidence in himself, and it was also to live up to the expectations of his master, Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi calmly looked at Su Yunsheng. He could roughly feel Su Yunsheng's mental state and emotional fluctuations. There was not the slightest bit of resentment or unwillingness. Instead, he displayed a spirited attitude. This caused Zhu Yi to nod in secret, and he said in his heart, "Yunsheng, there are still many things that you haven't figured out. 100 years of hard labor is both a punishment and a form of tempering. If your will to fight isn't worn down by the hard labor and you're able to maintain your current state of mind, then you'll realize in the future that 100 years of time wasn't spent in vain." Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. How much he could comprehend and how much he could gain depended on himself. Since you have made your choice, you should know that there is no turning back on the path you have chosen. Zhu Yi calmly nodded his head. In these 10 years, everything will be normal for you. The sect will not lack resources for you, nor will it be biased towards you. You have to grasp it yourself. Su Yunsheng replied, "Disciple understands. Although disciple wants to form his golden core within 10 years, I know that haste makes waste. If disciple is greedy and relies on large amounts of pills, it will only ruin my future cultivation path." Everything as usual meant that other than daily resources and cultivation, Su Yunsheng's freedom would not be restricted. In these 10 years, if he wanted to go out and travel, he could do whatever he wanted to do, and it would all be up to him. Zhu Yi didn't need to say much. Su Yunsheng also understood that after everything was said today, if he continued to mix with the great Zhou dynasty, he would have to bear the consequences. Su Yunsheng didn't make any promises or make any vows. Everything was in his heart, and he knew what was important. "Master, if the great Zhou dynasty communicates again, should disciple feign civility with them or cut off all contact completely?" Su Yunsheng asked. Zhu Yi shook his head unhurriedly. "There is no need for either. After this ceremony, I will head to the great Zhou dynasty." Su Yunsheng nodded his head. "Disciple understands." Zhu Yi glanced at him and said slowly, "Since you have chosen the second path, you don't have to care about anything else. However, there is one thing that I have to ask you about. This is not only about you, but also involves others." Su Yunsheng had a vague guess. Zhu Yi's gaze seemed to be able to see through everything and see through his heart. Zhu Yi nodded his head calmly. "That's right. The person I am talking about is your youngest uncle master's disciple, Zhuge Wanqiu." Su Yunsheng's gaze dimmed, and he lightly pursed his lips. "Don't misunderstand. When I talk to you about this, I have no intention of making any decisions for you or giving you any pressure." Zhu Yi waved his hand, and his gaze was clear. "I just want to know what you think in your heart. I will not interfere with any decision you make. However, there is one thing you need to be clear about. Once you make a decision, you have to be responsible for it. Being half-hearted and entangled will only harm others and yourself." He indeed had no intention of forcing Su Yunsheng to do anything. The entire Xianmen Tianzong wouldn't do that either. If Su Yunsheng had the intention of courting her, Zhu Yi would gladly agree and wouldn't stop him. As for whether Zhuge Wanqiu accepted Su Yunsheng or not, that was Zhuge Wanqiu's business. However, hesitation and indecisiveness would not bring them any benefits. Zhu Yi looked at him silently. "You should know that Wanqiu is actually in love with you." Su Yunsheng was silent. The environment in which he grew up had made him mature and sensitive. He was especially sensitive to other people's perception of him. He had actually sensed Zhuge Wanqiu's feelings for him, but he had pretended not to know. In reality, he was also in love with that gentle girl. She gave him an unusually warm feeling, and it was especially easy to get along with her. However, it was precisely because of this that he didn't dare to show his feelings. His identity was awkward, and his future was uncertain. How could he dare to drag that girl into this pool of muddy water? Now that he had finally solved the problem of his identity, he would have to face 100 years of hard labor. Moreover, he would not be able to come into contact with any of his previous acquaintances for 100 years. If he couldn't form his gold core within 10 years, this hard labor might even be the end of his life. At this moment, Su Yunsheng had already calmed down. He sighed. Junior sister Zhuge has the talent of a celestial. She will definitely find a good match in the future. Even if I successfully form my gold core within 10 years, it will delay her for 100 years. Being separated for a long time, not being able to see each other, and not being able to communicate with each other is a great pain. Since that is the case, it is better to forget about each other in the pugilistic world. It is not that I don't believe in junior sister Zhuge's feelings, but it is precisely because of this that I can't bear for her to suffer. I know that making this kind of decision is actually very selfish. I should have asked for junior sister Zhuge's opinion on the matter between us, but please forgive me for being stubborn this time. Rather than waiting for 100 years, it is better to never start. Zhu Yi calmly said, I will not interfere with any decision you make, but you need to consider it carefully. If you go back on your words in the future and cause a bad impact, I may not just stand by and watch. When it comes to your own matters, you can make your own decisions. But when it involves others, you can't simply do as you wish. I've told you this principle since the first day you entered the sect. Su Yunsheng took a deep breath and slowly said, I understand. I have already made up my mind, and I will not regret it in this life. Zhu Yi nodded his head. Since that is the case, go. After the spell gathering ends, follow me to the great Zhou dynasty. I will let you two reunite as soon as possible. Su Yunsheng once again bowed down. Disciple thanks master. Thank the sect. While Zhu Yi was talking to Su Yunsheng, the great Zhou Crown Prince Liang Yuan on the other side was not idle either. He was not thinking about Su Yunsheng's matter, but the Marquis of Xuanji, Zhu Hongwu, told him a terrible news. Looks like the situation will be more complicated than last time when the 3 mountains of Yingxi appear again. Liang Yuan lightly sighed. On the other side of the dermic power voice transmission, Zhu Hongwu's voice was as calm as usual. The great Zhou dynasty is determined to obtain the Yingxi's 3 mountains. After years of planning, it's time to end it. Controlling the Yingxi will be during the appearance of the 3 mountains. Chapter 698. Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhong mountains have all fallen into the hands of the great Zhou dynasty. Yinghai will completely become the territory of the great Zhou dynasty. The thousands of treasures within will all be used by the great Zhou dynasty. Zhu Hongwu said, although it has been a long time, the great Zhou dynasty has the greatest exploration of Yinghai over the years. The great Zhou dynasty obtained the great emperor's orthodoxy and cracked the secrets of Yinghai. We have a unique advantage. Liang Yuan continued, that's right. Furthermore, the great Zhou dynasty has the geographical advantage. We have been operating the Eastern Ocean for many years and are much better than others. However, the battle over Yinghai will definitely cause a commotion. The great emperor gave up halfway in his exploration of Yinghai because the demon race received news and started a war between the 2 worlds in advance, forcing the great emperor to return from Yinghai. Not only did he not gain complete control of the 3 mountains, but he was also injured. Liang Yuan frowned as a hint of worry flashed across his eyes. Even though the great Thunder Temple has been destroyed, the celestial sect of Xianmen has unexpectedly risen. Even though the great Zhou dynasty has the initiative, we still need to plan carefully, Zhu Hongwu said calmly. The restoration of the Grand Imperial Palace has basically been completed. It is only a step away from its heyday. Apart from being no match for the Haotian Mirror, It will not lose out even if it competes with other creation treasures. It is even better than an opportunistic treasure, like the Taishu Temple. He moved his palm gently, and an extremely terrifying aura circulated around his body. Not long ago, I finally completed my cultivation. This time, I will follow His Majesty to Yinghai. Liang Yuan nodded. This is something that will determine the fate of the great Zhou dynasty. With father and the grand tutor, there will be no worries. The great Zhou dynasty has been planning for many years on Yinghai. This time, we will definitely succeed in this battle. Zhu Hongwu's tone was calm. The fate of the great Zhou dynasty is in the sky. It is unstoppable like the torrent of history. We are just moving forward normally now. A look of surprise appeared on Liang Yuan's face. Grand Tutor, you seem to be implying something else? Zhu Hongwu said lightly, Xianmen Tianzong, the great Qin dynasty, the demon race, or the Taishu Temple. If they want to come to Yinghai to join in the fun this time, the great Zhou dynasty will welcome them. Yinghai is no longer the same as when the three mountains appeared last time. A look of shock appeared on Liang Yuan's face. Could it be, Your Highness Crown Prince, after this Kunlun Dharma assembly ends, return to Tianjing City to meet His Majesty? His Majesty will instruct you on many things. After Zhu Hongwu said this, he shut his mouth and cut off the Transcendence Power transmission. Crown Prince Liang Yuan did not continue asking. Just the information that Zhu Hongwu had revealed today was enough for him to ponder for a long time. For Xianmen Tianzong and the great Zhou dynasty, they had already fought once through Su Yunsheng in the sky. For the people from other forces, they had watched an exciting battle between giants. Even though Su Yunsheng and Ying Rosa were both at the Foundation establishment stage, this battle could be said to be exciting. However, the exciting result was that although Ying Rosa won, he was heavily injured. Although Zhu Yi treated him, and his injuries were basically healed, the spiritual power that he had expended made it very difficult for him to be at his peak condition. Next, he could only helplessly lose against Dao Yuding, who was recuperating. The second battle of the top immediately attracted the attention of the spectators. Xianmen Tianzong, Zhou Yunzong versus Taishu Temple's Chen Xingyu. On one side, it was Xianmen Tianzong's direct disciple, who was previously unknown but had an amazing performance. On the other side, it was the remaining cultivator of the top four besides Xianmen Tianzong. The clash between Xianmen Tianzong and Taishu Temple's outstanding disciple made everyone look forward to it. Zhou Yunzong calmly arrived at the battle arena. At this time, all the cultivators in the spreading law hall no longer dared to look down on this cold and ruthless youth. He and Chen Xingyu stood opposite each other. One was as cold as winter, while the other was as pleasant as a spring breeze. The two of them were like two extremes of existence. In the quiet room of the Taishu Temple's disciples, someone asked Fan Xiefeng, Senior Apprentice Brother Fan, does Senior Apprentice Brother Chen have a way to restrain that Zhou Yunzong? His burning yang, vitality-shattering divine art is too vicious and overbearing. Senior Apprentice Brother Chen cultivates the void yin-yang Dao. Yin and yang coexist. Will his yang qi be burned away by him? Fan Xiefeng smiled. Fellow Taoist, Zhou's divine art is close to innate talent. He has also used his advantage to the extreme. Although it is said to be terrifying, there is a ruler's weakness. Everyone has seen the fearsomeness of his burning yang physique. It can sweep away almost everything, but they have forgotten that he is not invulnerable. Not to mention others, his own ancestors' little disciple almost joined our Taishu Temple's fellow Taoist, Luo Qinggu. He can't do anything to her. Everyone was enlightened and nodded. Zhou Yunsong's burning yang physique could almost perfectly restrain Ding Ruanfeng's pure yang physique, or little Lin Tong's innate fire spirit physique. But against Luo Qingwu's pure yin physique, he could only stare at her. Without the overbearing power of burning yang vitality shattering divine art and burning yang Dao destruction, he could only rely on his own mana and divine art to fight against Luo Qingwu. At that time, it would depend on their respective cultivation. Fan Xiefeng smiled. Although junior apprentice Brother Chen is young, he is the disciple that martial Uncle Lin has nurtured with all his heart. His attainment in the void yin yang Dao at his age, and among the cultivators in the golden elixir period, he can already be said to be at the peak. Before Fan Xiefeng's voice died away, Chen Xingyu smiled and cupped his hands at Zhou Yunsong. Then, two vigorous mana, one black and one white, started to revolve around his body. In the next moment, the white air flow suddenly disappeared. Instead, the black air flow became more vigorous and vast. A wave of extreme yin and extreme cold power spread out. The spectators immediately realized that Chen Xingyu had pushed his void yin-yang Dao to the extreme. Yin and yang coexisted, transforming all the yang qi mana into yin qi mana to fight against Zhou Yunsong. In the All Heavens Hall, Yu Hongyan, Li Yuanfang, and Luo Qingwu nodded at the same time. Li Yuanfang said seriously, "Just this move alone, his cultivation base is above West Tomb Cities by Shiqian." On the main seat, Lin Feng had a leisurely expression. For a cultivator in the golden elixir period to cultivate your sex void, yin-yang Dao, he must have cultivated it to the extreme. Lin Daohan shook his head slightly. There was not a trace of arrogance on his face. Xingyu's situation is special. It is not worth mentioning. Since Yang Likuan was crippled by Zhou Yunsong, Shen Qifeng, the reincarnation sect's heavenly Dao primordial soul cultivator, who had been silent all this time, suddenly smiled and said, "Just from the start of this battle, I can foresee that this battle will be the most exciting one in this assembly. How can we not have some stakes at this time? What do you think, Celestial Sect?" Lin Feng's expression did not change, calmly smiling, saying, "Oh, Dao Venerable Tian Tan, I wonder what you would like to bet on." Shen Qifeng smiled slightly. "Let's simply bet on the outcome of the battle. Of course, I won't snatch your sect's disciple to bet on, so I'll bet on Taishu Temple's disciple to win." He flipped his palm, and in a flash, a small world simulated by Dharma power appeared in his palm. The environment of the small world was very simple, and there was only one plant in it. Although it was a plant, it was completely white and fluttering in the air as if it was formed by condensed clouds and mist. It was coiled into the shape of a vine, and it did not attach itself to any other plants. Instead, it just spiraled up into the sky. It was as if the tree trunk that it attached itself to was the air, the space, and the world. Seeing this vine, Ilongbing, the reincarnation sect's primordial soul cultivator, changed his expression slightly. "Feather spirit vine?" Shen Qifeng smiled and said, "Speaking of which, it is the feather spirit vine that I obtained from the human Dao. It would be a pity to destroy such a spiritual item, so I kept one for myself." Ilongbing's face was as calm as still water. Among the 6 Dao sects of the reincarnation sect, the human Dao sect was the sect that was best at cultivating medicinal herbs and refining elixirs. A few years ago, when the internal conflict of the reincarnation sect was at its peak, the human Dao sect's herb valley was attacked during one of the conflicts. Most of the medicinal herbs were destroyed, and only one feather spirit vine remained. Until now, it had not reproduced, and there was only one feather spirit vine left. However, no one expected that Shen Qifeng would take one away. Lin Feng looked at the feather spirit vine in Shen Qifeng's hand silently and did not speak immediately. The feather spirit vine was undoubtedly very important to him and Xianmen Tianzong. It was one of the main ingredients for refining the 33 days fortune elixir, but it was extremely rare. Over the years, besides cultivating and developing the sect and educating the disciples, Lin Feng had also set out to search for the ingredients needed to refine the 33 days fortune elixir. Up until now, there were only 3 ingredients that he had not obtained, and the feather spirit vine was one of them. Back in the West Hill City, he had proposed to Yi Longbing to trade the feather spirit vine, but Yi Longbing had chosen to decline because he only had 1 feather spirit vine. Lin Feng looked at Shen Qifeng calmly, and the corner of his mouth gradually curled into a smile. Unintentionally or intentionally, since you are interested, I will naturally not be a wet blanket. As Lin Feng spoke, he flicked his fingers slightly, and a light and shadow illusion appeared, projecting a scene in Xianmen Tianzong's medicinal valley. It was a dark green vine, and it was the heaven-mending vine. Lin Feng smiled and said, I will use this heaven-mending vine to bet against your feather spirit vine. Shen Qifeng nodded. Master of the celestial sect of wonders is very courageous. Then I will shamelessly gamble. The 33 days fortune elixir was a secret that belonged solely to Lin Feng. Other than Lin Feng, no one knew the recipe for the 33 days fortune elixir. Without considering the 33 days fortune elixir, the heaven-mending vine's value and rarity were above the feather spirit vine. The solar glory sword venerable smiled and said, In that case, we will all be witnesses. Everyone nodded one after another, and their gazes turned towards the spreading Law Hall's battlefield. There, the battle between Zhou Yunsong and Chen Xingyu had officially begun. The magic power around Chen Xingyu's body turned into black yin qi, without a trace of yang qi. It surrounded Chen Xingyu's body and fought against Zhou Yunsong. Zhou Yunsong was not afraid at all. The golden true fire of the sun burned all over his body, turning into black, smoke-like burning yang qi, dark and ferocious. Zhou Yunsong waved his palm, and the burning yang qi was like a sharp blade cutting off Chen Xingyu's yin qi. Even if he did not use the burning yang Dao destruction power of the burning yang qi, just the terrifying attack power of the burning yang qi, Zhou Yunsong's battle power far surpassed his peers. The terrifying power of the burning yang qi allowed Zhou Yunsong to not be at a disadvantage even when facing cultivators of the golden elixir period. Chen Xingyu's expression did not change. Although his cultivation was suppressed from the golden elixir period to the late stage of foundation establishment like Zhou Yunsong, his magic power was stronger than Yang Likuan, who was in the same situation. As his right hand changed, the black yin qi turned into balls of light, surrounding him and Zhou Yunsong. Chapter 699. Under the activation of Chen Xingyu's transcendence energy, the black yin qi continued to condense, turning into black light balls one after another. 8 black light balls occupied 8 different directions, and then they shot out dazzling black light at the same time, attacking Zhou Yunsong, who was in the middle. It seemed like a simple siege, but Zhou Yunsong had a feeling that the whole world was his enemy. It was as if the whole world had become his enemy for a moment, and they were launching an overwhelming attack on him. His communication with the spiritual qi in the outside world seemed to be blocked, and he was in a desperate situation. In the celestial Great Hall, the group of nascent divinity big shots who were watching the battle had a look of interest on their faces. Oh, isn't this the mystic Yin 8 Wastelands technique derived from the Clear Pure Yin Treasure Record? The Clear Pure Yin Treasure Record was the top great Tao technique of Taishu Temple, which was opposite to the pure Yang Mystic Heart technique. It was one of the most suitable techniques for cultivators with pure Yin body to cultivate in the world. In the past, if Luo Qingwu had become a disciple of Taishu Temple, she would have cultivated this Tao technique. And the foundation technique that Chen Xingyu cultivated was the void Yin Dao. After he had mastered the void Yin Dao and attained nascent divinity, he could have cultivated the clear, pure Yin treasure record at the same time. But obviously, it was not the case now. This was the mystic Yin pure Yin treasure record that Chen Xingyu had used after he had transformed all of his transcendence energy into the pure Yin Qi, and he had performed the clear, pure Yin treasure record on his own. It showed that he had an amazing understanding of Tao techniques. Facing the attack of the mystic Yin 8 Wastelands technique, Zhou Yunsong's expression did not change in the slightest. He calmly dealt with it. The black smoke-like burning Yang Qi collided head-on with the black Yin Qi and destroyed the attacking black Yin Qi. He did not fall into a disadvantageous position at all. What made the other young cultivators who were watching the battle in the Great Law Hall gradually palpitate was that the murderous look in Zhou Yunsong's eyes was getting heavier, and it also made his temperament become colder and fiercer, which made people tremble in fear. The overbearing burning Yang Qi continuously turned into black saber Qi, breaking through the siege and blockade of the mystic Yin 8 Wastelands technique. Gradually, it was about to completely destroy the technique that Chen Xingyu had performed. The horrifying black saber Qi had already started to attack Chen Xingyu. Chen Xingyu had put all his attention and magic power into the profound Yin 8 Desolation Wonderful technique, which greatly weakened the defense of his main body. At this time, when he faced Zhou Yunsong's burning Sun Qi, he began to be surrounded by perils. However, his expression was still calm. He just stared at Zhou Yunsong with a slightly strange gaze. Chen Xingyu launched the abstruse escape technique of clear sky circulation to evade Zhou Yunsong's burning sunblade Qi. At the same time, black and white airflows separated from his body. As soon as the white yang airflows appeared, they turned into black Yin Qi and continuously replenished the mysterious Yin 8 Wastelands. A wave of Yin and Yang was born, and boundless Tao art concepts flowed out from within. It was profound to the extreme. When the Taishu temple cultivators saw this, a smile appeared on their faces. Yin and Yang are infinite, indestructible. Senior Brother Chen has cultivated the Yin and Yang Tao of the void to this level. He is not afraid of being in a stalemate for a long time. That's right. As long as this Zhou Yunsong doesn't find a chance to use his burning sun vitality shattering technique, Senior Brother Chen's foundation of transcendence energy will definitely be much stronger. Although Zhou Yunsong's burning sun qi is strong, this kind of transcendence energy path with explosive power will definitely not last long. Even if his transcendence energy is strong and can support a long battle of transcendence energy, he is still inferior to Senior Brother Chen in terms of consumption. As the outstanding disciples that the Taishu Temple had painstakingly nurtured, Fan Xiefeng and the others naturally had good judgment. Their judgment of the situation was also very accurate. Zhou Yunsong indeed had more than 3 tricks up his sleeve, because after forming his gold core, he would directly face the tribulation of Yin fire, which was unpredictable. Therefore, under Yang Qing's control, he had always suppressed his cultivation to the late stage of foundation establishment and had stayed there for a very long time. Although the consumption of burning sun qi was huge, Zhou Yunsong could sustain it for a very long time. He was not afraid of a fierce battle. However, as a foundation establishment cultivator, no matter how strong his transcendence energy was, there would still be a limit. If he were to fight a long battle, he would still be inferior to Chen Xingyu, who had comprehended the yin-yang transformation infinite Tao. Zhou Yunsong knew his own matters the best. Therefore, when he saw that Chen Xingyu was avoiding the battle and was wholeheartedly depleting his transcendence energy, he understood Chen Xingyu's plan. Duo! A cold light flashed in Zhou Yunsong's eyes. With a low shout, the fierce and overbearing burning sun chi was suddenly completely withdrawn. While everyone was stunned, they saw that the black, smoke-like burning sun chi surrounding Zhou Yunsong's body had actually completely reversed and turned back into the golden, true fire of the sun. It was not surprising that he was able to do this. He was able to control the burning sun chi and turn it back into yang transcendence energy. This was something that should be done. Otherwise, all these years of cultivation would have been in vain. He would have burned himself to death because of the spontaneous combustion of his yang qi. However, when he was in a fierce battle with Chun Xingyu, he suddenly gave up the powerful burning sun qi. This was something that people could not understand. Only Chun Xingyu's eyes flashed, and a slightly dignified expression appeared on his face. In the next moment, the true fire of the sun around Zhou Yunsong's body underwent a further change. However, it did not burn into black smoke. Instead, it turned into white streams of air. Impressively, it was the purest yang qi. It was brimming with a warm and blazing aura. As soon as this yang qi came into contact with the yin qi brilliance of Chun Xingyu's profound yin 8 desolation technique, it immediately entangled with each other. Zhou Yunsong spread his hands to the sides and formed a completely different incantation gesture with each hand. Then, he clasped them together in front of his chest. Su Yunsheng and Ying Luoza, who had already returned to the VIP room where the disciples of the Qiantian Palace had gathered, revealed a surprised expression and said in unison, "Fifth martial uncle's Tao, reversal yin-yang." The technique that Zhou Yunsong was currently using was the self-created technique that his master, Yang Qing, had comprehended from the 8 trigrams Great Way after forming the Golden Elixir. Li Xingfei, Lu Xiaofeng, Zhuge Wanqiu, and the others who were watching the battle also had shocked expressions on their faces. This was because none of them, the second-generation disciples, could successfully cultivate a technique like the Tao reversal yin-yang qi. In addition to the 8 arts of heaven and earth, the 8 trigrams orthodox fist, and other basic divine powers of the sect, they also cultivated the 8 trigrams evolution sage golden scripture, the ultimate true scripture of the heavens, and the understanding of wind and thunder. Some of them had also figured out some divine powers by themselves, such as Ying Luoza. Some of them had successfully cultivated divine powers derived from these branches of Tao techniques. For example, Li Xingfei cultivated the extreme path of the netherworld finger, while Lu Xiaofeng and the others cultivated the true fire of the sun. However, Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, Wang Lin, and the others had comprehended the 8 trigrams Great Way of the heavens, the 8 trigrams disintegration, the sword of change, the finger of the netherworld, and the other divine powers. Generally speaking, there were 2 ways to cultivate them. The first was to wait until they had also received the teachings of the 8 trigrams Great Way of the heavens, and then there was hope for them to learn these divine powers. Those with outstanding comprehension might also be able to comprehend and summarize their own divine powers based on the Taoist scripture. The second was to wait until their cultivation base was higher and they had a deeper understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even if they did not cultivate the Taoist scripture, it was still possible for them to cultivate divine powers, such as the finger of the netherworld. Under normal circumstances, they had to wait until they reached the core formation stage. The same principle applied to Yang Qing's Tao reversal yin-yang qi, but now Zhou Yunsong was impressively displaying this powerful divine spell. In the end, did 5th martial uncle teach him the 8 trigrams Great Way of the heavens, or did he have amazing comprehension that surpasses us? For a moment, all the Xianmen Tianzong's true disciples were a little absent-minded. They stared blankly at the cold and ferocious young man in the arena. Under the effect of the Tao reversal yin-yang qi, it entangled with Zhou Yunsong's yang qi and Dharma power. Chun Xingyu's yin qi and Dharma power suddenly shook violently. Yin and yang reversed, and the great Tao returned to its original state. Chun Xingyu's continuous casting of his yang qi into yin qi was immediately disrupted. The transformation of yin and yang, and the endless perfect balance, was immediately broken. The extreme yin qi once again turned into two streams of qi, one black and one white. The profound yin 8 desolation, wonderful technique also dissipated into nothingness. Zhou Yunsong shouted. In an instant, he had already burned all his Dharma power, turning it into the extremely ferocious burning sun, breaking qi. It was like an extremely ferocious demon god had descended into the human world. However, at this moment, Chun Xingyu's Dharma power shook again. Under the interference of the Tao reversal yin-yang qi, it still stubbornly turned into extreme yin qi. It re-established the balance between yin and yang and blocked Zhou Yunsong's burning sun breaking qi. Since the start of the battle, Zhou Yunsong, who had been indifferent and calm, finally showed a surprised expression on his face. He looked at Chun Xingyu with some surprise. In the All Heavens Palace, Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and the others were also slightly stunned. They turned their heads to look at Yang Qing. They knew that Yang Qing's Tao, reversal yin-yang qi, seemed peaceful, but it was actually extremely overbearing. Any opponent in the same realm would be affected. Luo Qingwu's pure yin body, or the Taishu Temple's Ding Ruanfeng's pure yang body, could not completely avoid it. The rare exception was Yang Qing's perfect yin-yang balance physique, or Zhou Yunsong's more extreme burning sun body, which could not be affected. There's still another situation. On the main seat, Lin Feng tapped his finger on the armrest. He looked slightly surprised. He looked at Chun Xingyu with interest and said with a smile, "Since there's a burning sun body like Yun Song, there's naturally an extreme yin body. Just like how the pure yang body and the pure yin body were like two polar opposites of heaven and earth, the burning yang body also had its opposite, and that was the absolute yin body. Those who possessed the absolute yin body would innately condense their own yin qi and turn it into absolute yin qi. If they didn't deal with it in time, they would first freeze to death. Therefore, the absolute yin body was as rare as the burning yang body. But correspondingly, if a person with an absolute yin physique cultivated a yin attribute Tao art, then it would possess a unique advantage as well. The absolute yin qi that one cultivated to a certain level would even possess peerless might, and it was capable of completely condensing and obliterating the yin qi of one's opponent and destroying it into nothingness. Lin Feng's gaze turned to Lin Daohan and Yan Mingyue and said with a smile, "Congratulations to Taishu Temple for getting such a good disciple." Speaking of which, he and Yang Qing, the master and disciple, taught Zhou Yunsong, and the Taishu Temple taught Chun Xingyu. Great minds think alike. Although Zhou Yunsong and Chun Xingyu's physique were most suitable to walk the pure yang or pure yin path, Lin Feng and Taishu Temple both chose the yin-yang path for them. Zhou Yunsong learned Tao from Yang Qing. Chun Xingyu also cultivated the void yin-yang path, and not the clear pure yin treasure record. Lin Daohan smiled faintly. "I've let the master of Xian Men see a joke. My disciple still has many areas that he needs to improve. The battle with your sect's little friend Zhou is a rare gain for him." Xianmen Tianzong and Taishu Temple both laughed without restraint. Although the other big shots also had a smile on their faces, some people could not help but whisper in their hearts, thinking that there would be a good show to watch in the future. Just like Zhou Yunsong's pure yang body and innate fire spirit body, Chun Xingyu's extreme yin body was also the nemesis of Luo Qingwu's pure yin body. Chapter 700. On Xianmen Tianzong's side, Xiao Yan and the other disciples turned to look at Luo Qingwu, but they did not look worried. Instead, They teased her. Little junior sister, it's fortunate that your closed-door training this time was successful. Otherwise, you'd be in trouble. Luo Qinggu raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled. Before I mastered the fifth sword, it was indeed a headache to meet this person. But now that I've mastered the fifth sword, there's nothing to worry about. Xiao Yin shook his head and smiled. TSK, it's a pity that this Chen Xingyu entered the top four. Otherwise, if he challenged you, we'd be able to watch a good show. Luo Qinggu chuckled. Fighting with him is not completely worthless. Maybe it can help me further perfect the fifth sword. Xiao Yan's expression was a little gloating. If it wasn't for Yun Song using the yin-yang inverse Tao, I'm afraid he wouldn't have exposed himself. This young man is quite shrewd. He actually didn't show any signs of it before. In the second stage, he doesn't fight with others and tries his best to avoid complicated battles, so that the situation is under his control. It's not like he didn't plan to hide his absolute body. He looks quite cheerful, but I didn't expect him to be so scheming. Wang Lin looked at Xiao Yan. Looking at this person's actions, he did deliberately hide his absolute body, but his target might not be little junior sister. Xiao Yan nodded his head. That's right. Just now, I was also teasing little junior sister. But this Chen Xingyu's actions should be a spontaneous action, and not the Void Temple's incitement. It's just that his sect listens to his decisions. Zhu Yi, Wang Lin, and the others nodded in unison. Lin Feng, who was sitting on the main seat, listened to the disciples' discussion and smiled without saying a word. He did not expect Chen Xingyu to have the absolute yin body, but it was not too surprising, and he did not feel caught off guard. Ever since Zhou Yinsong was picked up by Zhu Yi and Yang Qing and became a disciple of Xianmen Tianzong, Lin Feng actually had a rough idea in his heart. With the blazing yang physique, it was naturally possible to have the extreme yin physique, although the possessors of these two physiques could easily die a tragic death due to their own strength. It was rare for someone to survive and embark on the path of cultivation. But if there was a first, there would be a second. Since Zhou Yunsong could survive, someone with an absolute yin body could also survive. If it was not Chen Xingyu, it could be Zhao Xingyu, Qian Xingyu, Sun Xingyu, or Li Xingyu. This had happened before in history, which was why there were records of it in historical records. However, Lin Feng did not expect that Zhou Yunsong and Chen Xingyu would coexist in the same era, and that Chen Xingyu would be accepted as a disciple of Taishu Temple. As for Chen Xingyu growing into an outstanding cultivator under the guidance of Taishu Temple, that was something inevitable. Lin Feng stared at the two people who were facing each other in the illusion of light and shadow and thought to himself, could there be some other trick in this? This little guy hiding the secret of his absolute yin body seems to have some meaning. It gives me the feeling that if it wasn't for Yun Song's yin-yang inverse Tao, he wouldn't have exposed his secret even if he was defeated by Yun Kong. Lin Feng smiled leisurely. Interesting. There are many interesting juniors in this year's assembly. Inside the great law hall, Chen Xingyu's expression was calm. After a flash of pity in his eyes, he returned to normal. He raised his eyes to look at Zhou Yunsong, and an even more dazzling light burst out from his eyes. He drew a deep breath, and the swirling black yin energy around his body abruptly vanished without a trace. In the next moment, a dark blue mist floated around his body, and there was a pale, white light shining faintly in the mist. It really is the absolute yin qi. The big shots in the all-heaven Great Hall nodded. They knew that this was the absolute yin qi that Chen Xingyu obtained after condensing all of his yin energy into nirvana. Compared to Zhou Yunsong's burning yang qi, it was also an incomparably powerful and ferocious divine ability. It was not as ferocious and domineering as the burning yang qi, but it was more profound and heavy. Chun Xingyu straightened his index and middle fingers like a sword and pointed them at Zhou Yunsong. In an instant, an icy blue absolute yin qi turned into a sharp sword energy and shot toward Zhou Yunsong. Zhou Yunsong gave Chun Xingyu a deep look. The yang energy around him was instantly incinerated and turned into burning yang qi to meet Chun Xingyu's absolute yin qi. The black saber energy and the blue sword energy collided in midair. The blue sword energy was incinerated like smoke and disappeared without a trace. On the other hand, the black saber energy was also frozen into ice crystals. In the next moment, it turned into dust and disappeared. Chun Xingyu formed a hand seal with his hand. His eyes were calm and emotionless, but there was a faint blue light flickering in them. The icy blue mist continued to condense and compress, turning into an icy blue ray of light. Within the ray of light, there was a pale and dim light flickering faintly. The cultivators who were watching the battle in the Great Law Hall took a deep breath after being informed by the elders of their respective families. They understood that the icy blue ray of light was the next step of Chun Xingyu's absolute yin qi, the absolute yin infernal baleful qi. Just like Zhou Yunsong's burning yang qi, it had the power of void fragmentation realm, which could destroy the yin and yang of heaven and earth. It could destroy the magic power of the enemy's ability. Once it invaded the enemy's body, it could even condense and extinguish the enemy's own yin qi. It was the nemesis of all yin qi in heaven and earth. Just like Zhou Yunsong, as Chun Xingyu's cultivation base became higher and higher, the power of this peerless ability, which was like an innate talent, would also continuously increase and become stronger. At this moment, the battle between Zhou Yunsong and Chun Xingyu had become extremely dangerous. Once one of them was injured by the opponent's magic power, it was highly possible that it would cause irreparable damage to the foundation of one's body. Chun Xingyu chanted slowly, "Infinite yin and yang, void law realm." Both of his hands kept changing the hand seals. The absolute yin infernal baleful qi that looked like an icy blue ray of light began to revolve around Zhou Yunsong. In an instant, it formed an icy blue small world, which enveloped Zhou Yunsong. Layers of space overlapped each other, as if it had turned into a huge ancient bell, which fell from above. This is another great ability of the void yin-yang Tao, other than the yin-yang crushing heaven and earth grinder. The eyes of Fan Xiefeng and the other disciples of the Taishu Temple lit up, using the power of the void to form a wondrous world and suppress the enemy. After that, using the endless power of yin and yang to refine the enemy. This was another great ability of the void yin-yang Tao. It was called the yin-yang infinite void, wondrous world. It was not as violent as the yin-yang crushing heaven and earth grinder. However, it was more stable and did not give the opponent a chance to resist. However, Fan Xiefeng and the rest could quickly tell that the spell that Chun Xingyu cast was different. The magic power that he used to refine Zhou Yunsong was not the power of yin and yang, but his absolute yin infernal baleful qi. If he used the power of yin and yang, it would only be incinerated by Zhou Yunsong's burning yang vitality-shattering qi. However, this move of Chun Xingyu made the group of primordial spirit bigwigs feel slightly amazed, although it's just a simple substitution. And the foundation is still the yin-yang infinite void wondrous world. To be able to make such an improvement, this kid's understanding of the paths, skills, and divine abilities is already rather profound. Chun Xingyu's icy blue pocket world was no longer a pure yin-yang infinite void wondrous world, but a space essence nirvana absolute yin world that belonged solely to him. Using the space essence nirvana absolute yin world to envelop Zhou Yunsong, Chun Xingyu's absolute yin infernal baleful qi began to forcefully suppress him, constantly whittling away at Zhou Yunsong's magic power. As long as Zhou Yunsong revealed the slightest flaw, he would be injured by the absolute infernal baleful qi. Nearly endless icy blue streams of light swirled and danced in the pocket world. Although it was light, it gave off a dark and gloomy contradictory feeling. It made the pocket world seem like it had transformed into hell. It was cold, dark, lonely, and made one feel despair. Any life form that was placed in such a world could only return to the nirvana void. Zhou Yunsong stood in the absolute hell, his eyes turning colder. The bloodlust around him was so thick that it seemed to condense into a physical form. The burning sun destruction qi around his body became more and more violent and ferocious. He raised his right hand high and clenched it into a fist. Endless black light constantly condensed in his right hand and compressed it further, revealing a terrifying feeling that it was about to explode. It was as if a star had reached its end and was about to explode. It was the magic technique that instantly shattered Yang Likuan's immortal divine light of heavenly path, eternal Yang heavenly explosion. In the next instant, countless extremely condensed burning sun destruction qi exploded and bombarded the absolute infernal baleful qi in the space essence nirvana absolute world. The terrifying explosive power was displayed incisively and vividly at this moment. Even the absolute infernal baleful qi, whose quality was not inferior to the burning sun destruction qi, was forced to continuously retreat. The whole pocket world shook and swayed as if it would collapse at any time. Chun Xingyu frowned slightly. He could no longer care about refining Zhou Yunsong with the absolute infernal baleful qi. Instead, he focused on stabilizing his space essence nirvana absolute world. In Zhou Yunsong's cold and indifferent eyes, there seemed to be flames flashing, turning crimson red. His entire body began to tremble, and black smoke rushed out from his body. More and more black light surrounded Zhou Yunsong's body. It was even more terrifying than when he had used the eternal Yang heavenly explosion. 9 black lights attached themselves to Zhou Yunsong's body. They rose and fell, sometimes transforming into 9 dragon shadows, sometimes transforming into 9 blazing suns. They were not released, but merely the power gathered together caused the space essence nirvana absolute world to shake more and more violently, as if it would collapse in the next moment. Chun Xingyu looked at this scene, his eyes bursting with an unprecedented brilliance. In the next moment, his expression returned to calm. He looked at Zhou Yunsong and silently said, "This battle I have lost." Zhou Yunsong's eyes were completely red as he stared fixedly at Chun Xingyu. After a long while, the restless burning yang primordial shattering qi gradually calmed down. The crowd of cultivators watching the battle in the spreading law hall were all silent. They were still immersed in the shock of the battle, just now, although it was only a short moment of time. And although it ended with Chun Xingyu taking the initiative to admit defeat, it did not have the feeling of a strong start and a weak finish. Zhou Yunsong's final, powerful attack that he had prepared at the last moment caused all the young cultivators of the major forces to tremble in fear, not to mention the Foundation establishment cultivators. Even the cultivators of the Golden Elixir period had grave expressions. The finals, it's another internal battle between the disciples of Xianmen Tianzong. Someone said bitterly. The people beside him felt like they had just woken up from a dream and sighed. Their last hope, Chun Xingyu, had also been defeated by Zhou Yunsong. The final first place of the Dharma assembly had already fallen into the hands of Xianmen Tianzong. In the All-Heaven Hall, Lin Feng first looked at Lin Daohan and smiled slightly. "Thank you for letting me win." On the other side, Shun Chiefing of the reincarnation sects, Heavenly Tao was silent for a while and said, "Xianmen Tianzong's disciple is indeed extraordinary. I admit defeat." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the feather spirit vine planted in the small world floated toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng silently looked at the floating light shadow in front of him. His eyes flashed slightly, and he laughed in his heart. This pit you dug is really— Now I am more and more interested to know who is standing behind you. Chapter 701. Even though he still had doubts in his heart, Lin Feng still accepted the feather spirit vine without hesitation. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. The prerequisite was that one's own strength had to continuously grow in order to be the master and not be moved by the outside world. Looking at it this way, I'm only missing 2 ingredients to refine the 33 Heavens Fortune Celestial Pill. One of them is the Galaxy Purple Zoysia Pill, but the other, Condensed Crystal Pill, only exists in legends. There are no clues even after searching the world. Lin Feng thought to himself, the only record of Condensed Crystal Pill is said to only exist in the Pang Lai immortal realm of the 3 mountains of Yingxi. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, glancing at the Zhou dynasty's grand preceptor, the Marquis of Xuanji Zhuhanggu, and thought to himself, I must make a trip to Yingxi. I only hope that there really is Condensed Crystal Pill in the Pang Lai immortal realm, and I won't make this trip for nothing. Zhuhanggu was a bit confused by Lin Feng's gaze. His brows slightly furrowed, then quickly relaxed and became calm again. Yu Hongyan turned to look at Yang Qing and said with a smile, 5th Junior, I remember that you only allowed Yun Song to use the burning sun-shattering energy. You didn't say that he could use the 9 suns annihilation, right? Yang Qing shook her head and sighed. He can't use this move now. It's still too early. Luo Qinggu laughed lightly. Looks like he was stimulated by Chen Xingyu's absolute yin qi. Li Yuanfang said very seriously, his ability to control his own mind still needs to be improved. Yu Hongyan shook his head and said, Yun Song's mind and willpower are both outstanding, but his constitution is too special. Using magical powers to the extreme will affect his mind. If it was someone else with a weaker mind, they would have long lost control. She looked at Chen Xingyu, who walked out of the arena with Zhou Yinsong. This person has an absolute Yin body and cultivates magical powers like absolute Yin Infernal Fiend. His mind will also be affected, and he will become more and more cold and emotionless. It's all thanks to his good temperament and the teachings of the Taishu Temple that he can remain normal. Yang Qing smiled bitterly and said, no matter what after the spell assembly, I will continue to urge Yun Song to improve himself. Although they were criticizing Zhou Yunsong, they were very relaxed. Zhou Yunsong had successfully defeated Chen Xingyu and met Dao Yuding in the finals. This meant that Xianmen Tianzong had once again taken the top 2 places of this year's Dharma Assembly. No matter who won, the first place would belong to Xianmen Tianzong. Ever since Dao Yuding became the disciple of Xianmen Tianzong, she had been cultivating diligently. She had merged her original divine arts and techniques of Tianqi sect with the Dao system of Xianmen Tianzong, and she had improved to the next level. But the final result was that Zhou Yunsong had been going against the trend all the way to the top. His burning sun qi fought against Dao Yuding's Yellow Spring True Water, and his burning sun vitality shattering technique used offense against offense to overwhelm and destroy the ice essence burning flame. The trump card that Dao Yuding had kept as a trump card, the Extreme Ice Spring. Although it had frozen Zhou Yunsong's Eternal Yang Heavenly Explosion, when Zhou Yunsong's 9 suns extinguishing technique appeared again, Dao Yuding immediately determined that if she used the Extreme Ice Spring, she still wouldn't be a match for him. Although she wasn't afraid of the burning sun vitality shattering technique, she wasn't a match for the explosive power of the 9 suns extinguishing technique. In the end, This peak duel between the second-generation direct disciples of Xianmen Tianzong ended with Zhou Yunsong's victory. Although Dao Yuding's cultivation had been suppressed to the late stage of foundation establishment, the current her was undoubtedly stronger than when she was in the late stage of foundation establishment. Dao Yuding's defeat signified that Zhou Yunsong had officially become the #1 disciple of Xianmen Tianzong's second-generation direct disciples in terms of magical powers. To become the leader of the same generation of disciples, many factors had to be considered. But in terms of pure combat, Zhou Yunsong was currently the #1 disciple of the second-generation direct disciples. This result was out of the expectations of most people present. Before the Dharma assembly, no one had thought that this would be the result. This included many of Xianmen Tianzong's own disciples. They were all shocked. Marquis Jing, Huan folded his folding fan and lightly tapped it against his palm. He shook his head and smiled. What an interesting little fellow. He turned his head and looked towards Wang Lu and Xiang Heng. Grandmaster really has good eyesight. I now somewhat understand what he is planning. In the great Qin dynasty's VIP room, Shi Xingyun smiled slightly. Looks like these few years Taoist Yang Qing's cultivation has been slightly slow. He has indeed spent most of his energy on nurturing his disciples. To be able to nurture such a successor, his contribution to Xianmen Tianzong is already not small. In the Cellerita's Sword Sect's VIP room, Ancestor Xian's expression was somewhat complicated. He sighed and said, Xianmen Tianzong's talent has not been interrupted. There is a successor. Regardless of whether it is Su Yunsheng, Ing Luoza, or Lu Xiafeng, Li Xingfei, Zhuge Wanqiu, and the others, they are all genius-level figures. Their existence guarantees Xianmen Tianzong's continued development and strength. Dao Yuding's performance also stunned everyone's eyes. It made the golden elixir cultivators feel great pressure. Ancestor Yuanying felt that it was coming aggressively. The other younger generation disciples could even more, so only look up to it. But Zhou Yunsong's existence is an existence that even the primordial spirit big shots pay attention to just based on his foundation establishment stage cultivation. A young genius, a heaven-bestowed talent. As long as he doesn't die prematurely, he will definitely amaze an era. Zhou Yunsong's appearance made the others feel as if they saw the same shocking talent and great future on him as his seniors. Lin Feng felt the emotional changes of the people in the Hongfa Hall. He smiled in his heart. Of course, this is the seated contestant that I specially prepared for the second-generation disciples. If he isn't outstanding, I'm going to hit Xiao Qingzi's hand with a ruler. Thinking back to the time when Zhu Yi and Yang Qing brought Zhou Yunsong back, Lin Feng's mouth couldn't stop twitching when he saw him. One has 10 blessings, and the other has 8 blessings. They really aren't king bragging. Root bone, 9, comprehension, 9, will, 7, blessings 7. Conclusion, the target's talent is extremely high. It is recommended to take him in as a disciple and carefully teach him. He will definitely become a pillar of the sect. Zhu Yi and Yang Qing impressively picked up a monster with a total potential of 32 points in all 4 talents. At that time, it made Lin Feng speechless for a while. After thinking about it, Lin Feng didn't take Zhou Yunsong in as his disciple. His current mentality had gradually changed. He didn't want all the good seedlings to become his disciple. As long as he worshipped under the wall of Xianmen Tianzong, he would be carefully taught by a master to ensure that his talent wouldn't be wasted. If his own sect wanted to be passed down for thousands of generations and spread its branches and leaves, in addition to horizontal expansion, vertical development was also an aspect that must be considered. It was the right principle to have talented people in every generation. Therefore, in the end, Lin Feng didn't take Zhou Yunsong as a disciple. Instead, he let him go through the normal direct disciple examination process. In the end, Zhou Yunsong worshipped under Yang Qing's Nirvana paradise and became Yang Qing's only direct disciple. Lin Feng smiled and looked at Spreading Law Hall. In two different elegant rooms, many disciples were discussing spiritedly. Among them were Shi Tianhao's disciple Huang Jinting and Zhu Yi's disciple Yang Tai. Looking at these two people, Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Compared to Zhou Yunsong, these two people were still in a state of immaturity. Therefore, they couldn't stand out in this spell meeting. But in fact, they were gradually showing their outstanding talent. Goldie and Yang Tai were also the second-generation disciples that Lin Feng had specially left behind. The total value of their 4 talents had reached 30. However, there were still all kinds of problems that needed to be solved. Goldie's childish temperament, compared to his seemingly innocent but actually black-bellied master when he was young, was much more simple. Even his mental age was a bit lower than his physical age. This caused a lot of Goldie's potential to be in a dormant state. On the other hand, Yang Tai entered the sect too late. Not long after he reached foundation establishment, he encountered the large competition. Moreover, in the first round of the large competition, he encountered Goldie, whose talent was not inferior to his, but whose cultivation level was much higher. He was also unwilling to attack Goldie together with the young beast, so the result was naturally a tragedy. There were many reasons that caused the two of them to not be as dazzling as Zhou Yunsong. But it doesn't matter. Good dishes are not afraid of being late. If other sex cultivators look down on you, it won't be considered as my family deliberately preserving our strength. Lin Feng chuckled. His gaze pierced through the void and landed on the central hall of the Cloud Peak. But you too have to be careful. Don't let the latecomers overtake you. This is the 3rd time I've opened the sect, and I've reaped a great harvest. At this point, the final outcome of the spell meeting had been decided. However, it wasn't completely over yet. The spectating cultivators were also in high spirits. This was because the most legendary first-generation disciples of Xianmen Tianzong would also enter the stage to accept the challenges of the first round of the spell meeting. Among them, Su Yunsheng and Lin Tong were Xianmen Tianzong's disciples after all. Even if they were to challenge them, it was really the seniors guiding the juniors. Everyone's interest was focused on Lei Jie and Chu Yang. They wanted to know who they would challenge. Lin Feng's gaze turned and landed on his personal disciples. Xiaoyan and the others looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Most people's gazes were focused on Li Yuanfang and Luo Qinggu. After all, the two of them were the last to enter the sect and had the lowest cultivation. If someone wanted to make a name for themselves, the two of them would be the best targets. Xiao Yan smiled and used his transcendence energy to transmit his voice. Master, you're looking at us like this. Could it be that you already have an idea? Lin Feng smiled and also used his transcendence energy to transmit his voice. Tong will definitely pick you, and Yunxing will pick Xiaoyi. There's nothing to guess. That Lei family's Lei Jie will give up the opportunity to challenge him. As for Beyond Heaven Mountains, Chu Yang, Lin Feng smiled soundlessly. He will definitely pick your junior sister. Luo Qingwu was somewhat baffled. That Lei Jie has been famous for a long time. He looks like a proud and arrogant person, although I don't know why he took the initiative to concede when facing Qin Xingyu in a draw. It seems that he still considers himself to be on equal footing with us. He won't be willing to accept this kind of exchange of pointers between seniors and juniors. But that Chu Yang, why must he challenge Xiao Wu and not the other seniors? Lin Feng smiled, but didn't answer. Let's see if I'm right or not. The facts proved that Lin Feng's guess wasn't wrong at all. Little Lin Tong chose his father, and Su Yunsheng also chose Zhu Yi. This could only be considered as a gesture of goodwill. As expected, Lei Jie gave up the right to challenge. And as expected, Chu Yang chose Luo Qingwu as his target. The matches between Lin Tong and Xiao Yan and Su Yunsheng and Zhu Yi quickly ended. Luo Qingwu stood up from her seat, her beautiful eyebrows knitted together. He really chose Xiao Wu. How did Master see it so accurately? Chapter 702. Luo Qingwu looked at Lin Feng with some curiosity, wondering why her master was so sure that Chu Yang would choose her as his opponent. But she saw Lin Feng's expression look like a smile that wasn't a smile as he transmitted. Xiao Wu, do you still remember what master has warned you to pay attention to all these years? Luo Qingwu's heart thumped. Lin Feng's warning immediately floated to her mind. In this world, there are some grown men who favor young girls like you, always thinking of ways to deceive you, wanting to harm you. When you meet such people, you have to keep a respectful distance. Don't listen to their flowery words. If he doesn't let it go, then show him a bit of power. If it really doesn't work, you can come find Master. Your senior brothers aren't just for show. Luo Qingwu swallowed, looking at Chu Yang in the illusion, then at Lin Feng. Master, could it be that this person... Lin Feng smiled faintly. Now that you're an adult, you should know that this guy has been thinking about you since you weren't even 10. After a slight pause, Lin Feng said with certainty, it's not the kind of love an adult has for a child, but rather the improper thoughts between a man and a woman. Luo Qingwu immediately shivered, but Xiao Wu doesn't know him at all. That's why I say, this kind of goldfish is the most repulsive. Lin Feng sighed, and Luo Qingwu carefully asked, then, Xiao Wu's also grown up now. She shouldn't be in line with his interests anymore, right? Lin Feng smiled. He still chose you to challenge this time. What do you think? Luo Qingwu immediately had a bitter expression, and Xiao Yan at her side sneered. Junior sister, what are you worried about? Just give him a heavy blow, and everything will be settled. Xiao Wu naturally believes what Master says, Luo Qingwu said. But if he doesn't show his vile side, if I hit him too hard and don't leave him any face, won't there be a misunderstanding with so many guests here? How to put it, Beyond Heaven Mountain is also a power close to our sect. Making them lose face isn't too good, right? Xiao Yan smiled. Silly girl, if it wasn't for the previous matter with Chen Xingyu, we would indeed have concerns in this aspect. But with Chen Xingyu revealing his extreme body, if you make a move, others will only think our sect is responding to Taishu Temple. Even the people from Beyond Heaven Mountain will at most think they're unlucky, thinking they're involved in a battle between us and Taishu Temple. Yu Hongyan at the side said coldly, this kind of person who likes young girls and catamites, it's good to teach him a lesson. With the protection of Great Law Hall, he won't die. Junior sister, the faster you deal with him, the more likely he won't even be injured. Lin Feng heard this and laughed in his heart. TSK, isn't this brother a bit too dark? Well, it's just normal dark. Although he said this, he couldn't help but imagine a scene in his mind. With Luo Qingwu as the leader, his disciples each held a small hammer and hit a mole, and the mole's head popped up, but it looked like Chu Yang. The scene was too beautiful. He couldn't think about it anymore. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed. After all, what he said was just a joke. He didn't take it seriously. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. If he was really just a lolicon, Lin Feng actually wouldn't interfere and let Luo Qingwu decide for herself. Lin Feng really wanted to stop him. The two of them wouldn't have the chance to meet at all. They had never met, and there was no news of them. How could they talk about impressions? How could they talk about friendship? Young man, you have big eyes and thick eyebrows. You're born with the aura of a prince. You should have more than this ability, right? Lin Feng looked at Chu Yang in the light and shadow illusion and laughed in his heart. Now, let me see, do you only have a few sword talismans, or do you really have the inheritance of the Tianmen sword doctrine? Chu Yang walked out of the VIP room, where the people of Beyond Heaven Mountain were. Those who didn't know him didn't think too much about him challenging Luo Qinggu. As the first-generation disciple of Xianmen that was personally taught by Lin Feng, it was true that Luo Qinggu and Li Yuanfeng were the last to enter the sect, and their cultivation was the lowest. In the eyes of others, it was normal for Chu Yang to choose Luo Qinggu as his opponent. Many people were grateful to Chu Yang in their hearts. After all, after Luo Qinggu and Li Yuanfeng entered the sect, they didn't fight much in public, even though they went out to train. Everyone was still curious about their true level. Calm down, calm down. Chu Yang was taking deep breaths, going through all the plans he had in his heart. Naturally, he couldn't just say that she was his destined wife, and that he wouldn't marry anyone but her on their first official meeting. That would be pure madness. Step by step, step by step. I'll leave a good impression first. Chu Yang, who was always calm, felt his heart beating a little faster. He was in a daze. A good start is half the battle. I have to grasp this opportunity. As he was thinking, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Turning around, he saw Shi Tianhao looking at him with a smile. Both of you are sword cultivators, so you can use your swords in this battle, Shi Tianhao said with a smile. Chu Yang nodded. I understand. He looked at Shi Tianhao curiously and couldn't help but feel a little strange. That terrifying feeling just now had disappeared, as if he was hallucinating. Shi Tianhao continued. As the challenger, you can choose the environment for the battle. Chu Yang didn't hold back this time. He directly chose an environment that was as hot as fire, which wasn't beneficial to Luo Qingwu's purine body. This wasn't because he had any special thoughts, but because this was the only way to show his respect for Luo Qingwu. If they chose a neutral arena or one that was suitable for Luo Qingwu, then who would be the challenger? This kind of challenge, to put it bluntly, had the intention of a senior giving pointers to a junior. It was inherently unfair, so Lei Jie from the Lei family gave up the right to challenge. Chu Yang decided to slowly, so he naturally had to leave a good impression on Xianmen Tianzong and Luo Qingwu. Lowering his stance was the right thing to do. Moreover, his Beyond Heaven Mountain was originally attached to Xianmen Tianzong. Of course, just like when he fought with Dao Yuding, he had to show off his brilliance even if he lost. Whether it was by a hair's breadth or a crushing defeat, he had to show off his brilliance and leave a deep impression on the other party. What he was afraid of was being completely forgotten by others in the blink of an eye. That would be a true tragedy and a waste of effort. As Chu Yang was thinking, he saw a girl in purple appear in front of him, causing him to be slightly dazed. His facial features did not change in the slightest. It was the person in his memory. However, his red clothes had been replaced by the purple clothes of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. The long saber that he carried with him had turned into a pitch-black ice sword that radiated a cold aura. Seeing this ice sword, Chu Yang suddenly quivered and regained his senses. As a sword cultivator, his intuition told him that the black ice sword was dangerous. It was 3 feet long and crystal clear, as if it had been forged from pure black ice. There were no impurities in it, but the blade was pitch black and did not emit any sword light. Not only did the black ice blade not reflect light, but it was like a black hole that devoured all light that came into contact with it. As a result, the space where the blade was actually like a black curtain of the universe. Only endless cold air emanated from the blade, making one's heart palpitate. Chu Yang's control over his emotions was quite good. If Luo Qingwu had not been prepared and specially observed him, she would not have noticed any abnormalities. Fortunately, Master informed me in advance. The girl muttered in her heart, but she did not show it on her face. Holding the ice sword in her right hand, she smiled and said without the slightest hint of anger, "Fellow Chu, please." Chu Yang nodded and unsheathed his sword. The sword light spun in the air, appearing and disappearing. Other than his own beyond heaven's mountain sword principle, he could faintly see some sword intent of the northwest serene, heavenly sword of the heavenly gates, great nine heavens divine sword. However, when the primordial spirit bigwigs in the all-heaven palace saw this, they all shook their heads slightly. It's just his personal understanding of the sword talisman and assimilated it into the beyond heaven's mountain sword principle. He did not inherit the northwest serene heavenly sword. Chu Yang said, "Please, fellow Luo, give me some pointers." As he spoke, he stabbed his sword toward Luo Qingwu first. Just as he was thinking about what he should do next, all the hair on his body suddenly stood up and a great sense of danger rose in his heart. When he looked over, he saw a vast expanse of icy blue sword light erupting from Luo Qingwu's body. The bitingly cold air seemed to want to destroy the yin and yang of the world. Luo Qingwu made a sword art with her left hand and drew the profound clarity sword with her right. A pale white brilliance flowed within the dim icy blue sword light. In an instant, it turned into a clear and cold sword light, piercing through space and arriving in front of Chu Yang. The moment Chu Yang's sword light came into contact with the blue light of nirvanic extinction, it instantly froze into ice crystals. Then it turned into dust and disappeared without a trace. Inside the all-heaven palace, Lin Daohan raised his eyebrows slightly. Yan Mingyue was also rather surprised. Absolute in energy? In the VIP room, where the spreading Law Hall's Taishu temple cultivators were, Fan Xiefeng and the others were all dumbfounded. Then they turned their heads to look at Chen Xingyu in unison. Chen Xingyu, who was usually calm and composed, also had a flash of shock in his eyes. It is indeed the absolute in energy. The entire all-heaven palace and spreading Law Hall became restless for Luo Qingwu's stunning sword strike. Luo Qingwu comprehended the 8 trigram scripture of the Great Way of the Heavens and comprehended her sword Tao, the 5th sword of the innate 6 harmonies sword way, the 10 earths absolute Yin sword. Using her own pure Yin body as a catalyst, the Yin Qi was condensed and compressed to the extreme. The supreme nirvanic extinction transformed into the absolute Yin sword. The overbearing power of the acquired imitation of the absolute Yin Qi was even greater than Chen Xingyu's innate divine power. Combined with Luo Qingwu's own sword Tao, the killing was even sharper. It was independent of Mount Shu's sword Tao, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows. Facing this absolute sword strike, Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He did not expect Luo Qingwu to be so ferocious. The first move was a big move. She was completely different from the Qingwu in his memory. It was clearly the most ordinary exchange of moves. However, Luo Qingwu's momentum was clearly that she wanted to finish the battle in one move. She wanted to decide the winner in one move. This was completely different from what he had expected. Inside the all-heaven palace, Lin Feng laughed in his heart. "Young man, the way you open the script is wrong." Chapter 703. Chu Yang's sword light was instantly destroyed by the peerlessly ferocious 10 Earth's absolute Yin sword. The sword in his soul trembled incessantly. Stimulated by Luo Qingwu's attack, it became restless and almost instinctively wanted to counterattack. Freeze. Chu Yang almost subconsciously controlled the sword in his soul to calm down, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, not to mention whether or not he could block Luo Qingwu's attack. If he were to use his true power, he would be completely unable to conceal it in front of Lin Feng and the others. In this moment of hesitation, Chu Yong stood dumbfoundedly on the spot. He didn't even have the time to dodge. He was directly rooted to the spot like a clay puppet, becoming a target for Luo Qingwu. He took the full brunt of the terrifying Yin-Yang Annihilation Sword Light. The magic power restriction of the Great Law Hall was immediately activated, protecting Chu Yong. He didn't block or dodge. This sword attack from Luo Qingwu was a direct, fatal attack. Thus, Chu Yong didn't even feel any pain before he was already teleported out of the arena. Chu Yong was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. He had already lost. The purple-clothed girl, who was still in the arena, had already retracted her sword light. She held the profound Che sword upside down and bowed towards Chu Yong. "Fellow Taoist Chu, thank you for letting me win." After saying that, her figure disappeared. A purple light flashed in the air, and she was already teleported back to the All Heavens Great Hall. The black-clothed young man twisted his neck a little stiffly. He looked around and then lowered his head to look at his hands. He suddenly had the urge to look at the sky at a 45-degree angle and cry. He was instantly defeated by Luo Qingwu in a single move. It shouldn't be like this. Chu Yong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he had also gone all out, this naturally wouldn't have been the result. Although he couldn't use his true strength, it still shouldn't have been such an embarrassing result. When he fought against Dao Yuding before, although he had held back his strength and lost, it wasn't to this extent. It was a pity that he had calculated all kinds of possible situations in his mind over and over again, taking one step at a time and thinking 3 steps ahead. He had all kinds of plans in place, and everything was intertwined with each other. He was fully prepared. The only thing he didn't expect was for Luo Qingwu to be so violent, using her strongest move right from the start. It was as if she was facing an opponent that she had to fight to the death and use all her strength to defeat. Chu Yong swore that Luo Qingwu's sword attack just now, let alone a golden elixir period cultivator, even a Yuanying period cultivator, would have to be careful. If they were not careful, they would have to bear the consequences. Whether it's my appearance or my impression, no matter how you look at it, I'm just a little cultivator from beyond Heaven Mountain. I'm no match for you, the direct disciple of the celestial sect master. Qingwu, do you really have to be like this? Chu Yong cried against the wind. He felt as if his balls were about to break. Previously, he was still saying that he wasn't afraid of losing, but he was afraid of losing in an ordinary manner, without any brilliance, leaving no impression on others, making them forget about him as soon as they turned around. From the looks of it now, what could be more humiliating than losing in a single move? Showing off one's elegance? He didn't even have the chance to make a move before he was knocked off the stage. How could he show off and leave an impression? Perhaps the opponent would feel surprised. How could this person be so weak? Because he was controlling the sword shadow in his soul when Luo Qingwu's sword light landed on him. Chu Yong instead fell into a stagnant state. It was as if he was scared stiff by Luo Qingwu's sword. This impression really can't be said to be very good. Chu Yong smiled bitterly in his heart. Forget it, forget it. Since it's like this, Qingwu's performance was very dazzling. It was worth it. Just as Chu Yong thought, he had lost badly this time. It belonged to the standard category of losing in a humiliating way. Even his previous performance was covered with a stain. As the spectators in the Great Law Hall discussed, most of them began to doubt their previous judgment. They began to suspect that Chu Yong being able to reach this step was mostly due to luck. The people from beyond Heaven Mountain all lowered their heads and sighed. Although they were in a private room, they could feel the doubtful and even mocking gazes from the other forces. The Scarlet Cloud sect was gloating. The group of young cultivators felt as if they were drinking iced water during the hottest days of summer. They felt unusually happy. The gloominess from Chu Yang's continuous advancement to the third stage was completely swept away. Some people looked at Chu Yang and could not help but speculate. Could it be that this kid is interested in the disciple of the Master of Celestial Gate? He was dazzled and stood dumbly on the spot like a puppet. He was hit by the sword light without any reaction. Who knows? But you have to say, this kid is very smart. If he can really marry the disciple of the Master of Celestial Gate, he will reach the heavens in a single step. He is not the only smart one. Do you think there are few people who have this kind of idea? There are a lot of people. It's just that everyone thinks it over and does not dare to act rashly. Look, isn't this the result of acting rashly? Yes, it's a good idea. Unfortunately, he is not strong enough. In the end, it is just wishful thinking. But speaking of which, the direct disciples of the Master of Celestial Gate are all amazing. This Luo Qingwu is no exception. Even a Yuanying stage ancestor would have to take that sword seriously. Honestly speaking, Chu Yang is not to be blamed. Indeed, because of his performance just now, Chu Yang knew what other people would think of him. He didn't care about what other unrelated people thought of him. However, in the eyes of Luo Qingwu, his silly look just now might give her a bad impression of him as a lecher. This made Chu Yang a little puzzled. Sigh, I can only find another opportunity. But Qingwu is in the limelight this time. It is also a happy thing. Chu Yang walked unhurriedly and sighed in his heart. I have to think of a way to explain to sect leader, martial uncle, and master. I have disappointed them this time. Even so, based on my previous performance, I have already helped Beyond Heaven Mountain to have a smoother journey. Qingwu, she should have returned to the All Heavens Hall by now, right? After the competition with Chu Yang ended, Luo Qingwu was transported back to the All Heavens Hall. The pitch-black and cold profound Che sword had already disappeared. Luo Qingwu smiled and bowed to the group of primordial spirit experts in the hall. Luo Qingwu was impetuous. I have embarrassed myself in front of all the seniors. After saying that, she returned to her seat and sat down. Yen Mingyue smiled and said, using pure yin to create extreme yin, it is truly exquisite. In the history of Taishu Temple, there were also descendants of pure yin bodies. Although they cultivated yin energy to the peak, there was no one who was able to use pure yin to create extreme yin. Luo Qingwu replied with a smile, Fairy Yen, you flatter me. Luo Qingwu only tried it under the guidance of Master. Fortunately, I have gained some results. On the main seat, Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, My disciple's sword Dao has just begun to form. I have embarrassed myself in front of all the fellow Taoists. Sword Venerable Tong Tian looked at Luo Qingwu and shook his head after a while. You are too kind. Master of the Celestial Gate is too polite. You are indeed a famous sword Dao expert. Although your sword Dao is different from your heaven-punishing sword Qi, it is also unique. Although it is immature, I can already foresee your future achievements. At this moment, the group of primordial spirit experts' gazes fell on Luo Qingwu, and they all nodded to themselves. Although Chu Yang's defeat was a little unsightly, everyone present was a discerning person. Luo Qingwu's 10 Earth's Absolute Yin sword was already enough to show disdain for all the junior cultivators who participated in this spell assembly, not to mention defeating her. Among the junior cultivators who participated in the spell assembly in the same realm, there were less than 10 who could survive this sword of hers. Moreover, most of these people were Xianmen Tianzong's own disciples. Previously, it was said that the Taishu Temple produced Chun Xingyu with the absolute yin body, which just happens to restrain this Luo Qingwu. Now, it seems that this is not the case at all. Many people sighed in their hearts, as expected of the personal disciple of the Celestial Gate's master. Although Xianmen Tianzong is not famous for his sword Dao, both the Celestial Gate's master and his disciples have top-notch sword Dao with them. At this moment, the young cultivators of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Sun Moon Sword Sect, Songhai Sword Sect, Celerita's Sword Sect, and other sword Dao sects felt bitter in their hearts. Let's not talk about the strength of Shu Mountain sword cultivators, but Xianmen Tianzong sword cultivators are also so strong. In the VIP room of Taishu Temple, Chen Xingyu's expression had already calmed down. Silently, he sat on his seat and looked at the void in a daze. The disciples of Taishu Temple beside him also did not speak. After a long time, Fan Xiefeng asked, "Junior brother Chen, if it were you," Chen Xingyu revealed a gentle smile and said frankly, "If it's just one sword, there's no problem." Fan Xiefeng and the others opened their mouths, but did not continue asking. After a short pause, Fan Xiefeng suddenly asked, "In our Taishu Temple, there are also cultivators with pure yang body. Can they also simulate the power of burning sun, like that Zhou Yunso?" Chen Xingyu muttered to himself and did not reply immediately. Suddenly, Lin Daohan's voice sounded in the VIP room. "It's possible, but it's very difficult." After this sentence, Lin Daohan did not say anything else. In the All Heavens Hall, Yan Mingyue turned to look at him and said telepathically, "Luo Qingwu can use the pure Yin body to create supreme destruction and transform the power of absolute Yin. On one hand, it's because of her pure Yin body's innate foundation. On the other hand, it's probably because of the Dao techniques that the master of Xianmen personally passed down." Lin Daohan first nodded and then shook his head. "Other than that, there should be other reasons. My preliminary guess is that he needs a treasured land of extreme Yin and extreme cold, and some special treasures." Yan Mingyue's eyes flickered slightly. "There's a black ocean under Yujing Mountain. Maybe that's the treasured land of extreme Yin and extreme cold, but what are the treasures?" Lin Daohan shook his head slowly. "I'm not sure. Could it be the pure Yin treasure that he obtained from the 9 glory sky crumbling array that Golden Rock Great Sage and Qiongqi Great Sage used to set up to suppress the position of the moon?" Yan Mingyue asked. Lin Daohan pondered for a while and still shook his head. "I'm afraid not." Yan Mingyue asked, "Eldest senior brother, will the temple interfere with the appearance of the 3 mountains of Yinghai this time?" Lin Daohan replied indifferently, "There's something strange happening in the vast land of infinite wilderness again, Master, and the others are watching over there, while I have to pay attention to the movements of the reincarnation sect. Therefore, the temple will not interfere with the matter of Yinghai this time, and will only observe quietly. The great Zhou dynasty has the geographical advantage and the initiative, but the appearance of the 3 mountains this time involves a lot of people. The final outcome is hard to predict." Lin Daohan paused for a while before saying softly, "Compared to Yinghai, the temple and I are more concerned about the stone flute and stone stairs that have fallen into the hands of the master of Xianmen's sect." Yan Mingyue was silent for a while before she asked, "I only know that the stone stairs are related to the stone flute that was lost previously. Eldest senior brother, what are the uses of these treasures?" Chapter 704. Yan Mingyue asked about the stone flute and the stone stairs. Lin Daohan didn't hide it from her, even though their ideals and paths were different. Silently, he said, "The stone stairs and the stone flute are related to the celestial realm." The celestial realm. Yan Mingyue's usually calm face revealed a rare look of shock. The legendary celestial realm beyond the 9 heavens imperial court of Taishu Temple, the supreme sacred ground. Hasn't it been sealed off since 10,000 years ago? Lin Daohan said calmly, "That's right, 10,000 years ago. Even the sages of Taishu Temple couldn't go to the celestial realm. However, the elders of the sect have been working hard to reopen the celestial realm and have gained a lot. The stone stairs and the stone flute are the fruits of our efforts over the years. Yan Mingwei frowned. Those things are now in the hands of the celestial gate master. It doesn't matter, Lin Daohan said silently. Master and Martial Uncle Kwang once suspected that the celestial gate master has something to do with the celestial realm. However, after further investigation, we can be sure that the time is not right. Even if the things are in the hands of the celestial gate master, they won't be of much use. Yan Mingyue glanced at Dao Master Tian Tan of the reincarnation sect, Shen Qifeng. She said softly, "What is Shen Qifeng thinking? What is the reincarnation sect thinking?" Lin Daohan shook his head slightly. "Let's wait and see." At this point, the Dharma assembly finally came to an end. Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and the others were responsible for greeting the guests before the Dharma assembly began. After the Dharma assembly ended, they were also responsible for seeing the guests off. Their disciples, Su Yunsheng, Li Xingfei, Lu Xiaofeng, and the others naturally had to continue running errands. Looking at Zhou Yunzong, Dao Yuding, Lin Tong, Huang Jinting, and Su Yunsheng, the other cultivators from the other forces had mixed feelings. The current Xianmen Tianzong was no longer the new sect that only had Lin Feng and his disciples to support it. The new generation of inheritors had already begun to reveal their outstanding talents. Talented people emerged in large numbers, causing the world to raise their eyebrows. Perhaps their current cultivation base was still low, but they had already shown their profound talent and potential. Under the tutelage of Xianmen Tianzong, a bright future could already be expected. Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and the other personal disciples of Lin Feng were getting stronger and stronger. A new generation of super sects at the level of Holy Lands was already taking shape. In this Dharma assembly, some of the elders of the sects were actually speculating that Lin Feng might take advantage of the fact that most of his fellow Taoists were present to openly confer titles on his disciples and officially establish their names in the divine land. However, Lin Feng did not do so. Stonefeather and the other big shots thought about it and understood this Mystic Gates master has such high aspirations. Lin Feng's thinking was very simple. Yuanying and the golden elixir were nothing. When the disciples of his sect had all reached the primordial soul realm, that would be the time when the world would truly be shaken. The Mystic Gates master is very confident. He thinks that all his disciples are primordial soul realm talents. The difficulty of reaching the primordial soul realm is more difficult than the sum of all the realms below the primordial soul realm. The primordial soul realm and those below the primordial soul realm are two completely different concepts. How many geniuses have failed before the primordial soul realm? Some people had doubts. However, when they thought about the talent and potential that Xiao Yan, Shi Tianhao, and the others had displayed, they suddenly felt that it did not seem very difficult to imagine. However, when they thought about this, the cultivators of the other forces immediately felt even more depressed. They only felt that there was a mountain of pressure in their hearts. At this moment, Xianmen Tianzong had already grown into an unshakable giant. To everyone in Xianmen Tianzong, this Dharma assembly was undoubtedly a successful conclusion. It could be said to be a harmonious assembly, an assembly that carried on the past and opened up a new path for the future. It was a successful assembly. Shen Qifeng brought the successor of the reincarnation sect's heavenly axiom down Yujing Mountain, left the Kunlun mountain range, and returned to his sect. Along the way, the entire team was silent. After all, the reincarnation sect's heavenly axioms trip to Kunlun Mountain was not very glorious. Before they even reached the place, a junior disciple had a conflict with a disciple of Xianmen Tianzong. In the end, the Dharma artifact of their Yuanying patriarch was taken away by Zhu Yi. They had lost face. During the Dharma assembly, Yan Likuan, the rising star that the sect had focused on nurturing, was beaten to a pulp by Zhou Yunsong. Shen Qifeng also lost the bet with Lin Feng. He also missed the last chance to regain his face. Instead, he lost a feather spirit vine. Naturally, the reincarnation sect did not know the significance of the feather spirit vine to Lin Feng. However, the feather spirit vine was also an extremely precious spiritual herb. It was difficult to cultivate, and there were very few of them. However, its medicinal effects were very strong, and it was an ingredient for many spiritual pills. The entire reincarnation sect's heavenly axiom team was filled with resentment. They felt that Shen Qifeng had been too weak when facing Xianmen Tianzong. However, Shen Qifeng was not only the leader of the team, but also a primordial spirit transformation cultivator. This made them angry, but they could not express it. Although the reincarnation sect had always been in endless internal strife, as one of the few colossi in the vast land of the divine continent, they were usually extremely unyielding. They were not afraid even when facing the Taishu Temple, Mount Shu Sword Sect, and the Great Zhou Dynasty. Shen Qifeng's expression was calm, and there was not a trace of emotion on his face. The emotional fluctuations of the people accompanying him were clearly displayed in his divine sense. Shen Qifeng did not care much about it, and still acted as if nothing had happened. The group returned to the paradise of the reincarnation sect's heavenly axiom. As soon as they arrived, Shen Qifeng was summoned by the sect's elders for questioning. The content was naturally about the trip to Kunlun Mountain. Under Shen Qifeng's leadership, the reincarnation sect's heavenly axiom had lost both formations and people. Without a doubt, Shen Qifeng's actions were not liked by most of the big shots. They felt that his response was too weak and that he had disgraced the reincarnation sect's heavenly axiom. Even though Shen Qifeng was the personal disciple of the reincarnation sect's heavenly axiom sect leader, he was still criticized. Although the reincarnation sect has endless internal strife, we can always work together when facing external enemies. Therefore, even the other powerful forces do not dare to underestimate us. Shen Qifeng said calmly. However, Xianmen Tianzong is now obviously being pulled in by the infernal realm and human realm. The Azura realm, infernal realm, and human realm are all eager for us to become enemies with Xianmen Tianzong. This way, they can easily pull Xianmen Tianzong onto their boat. This time is different from the past. Our sect has already split up and become enemies with Xianmen Tianzong. This is very disadvantageous for the heavenly axiom. A heavenly axiom primordial spirit elder from the reincarnation sect snorted. Shen Qifeng, don't try to shirk your responsibility. I admit that Xianmen Tianzong is very powerful, and the Taoist Xianmen sect's leader, Lin Feng, is also a powerful person. However, Xianmen Tianzong is not without enemies. Taishu Temple and the Shushan Sword Sect are not easy to deal with. Even if Xianmen Tianzong joins forces with the Great Qin and Great Zhou, they may not be a match for them. Moreover, Xianmen Tianzong and the Great Zhou Dynasty may not be on the same page. Shen Qifeng answered, Uncle Master is right. However, the Taoist Xianmen sect's leader has already matured. In the Battle of West Hill City, the strength that he displayed can be counted on one hand in the current divine land. He doesn't have a creation Dharma treasure, but he can take on the Shushan Immortal Sky sword alone. In addition, he can activate the Dharma-ending catastrophe, with his own strength. Although I don't know what his limit is, he has at least completely passed the first tribulation. The primordial spirit elder snorted. That's right. I also admire the Taoist Xianmen sect's strength. However, don't forget, other than Zhengyi, Tai, Qingyi, and Xianyi of the previous generation of elders of the Taishu Temple are still alive. Shen Qifeng smiled. I dare not forget. However, most of the attention of the Taishu Temple has always been on the vast land of Tianhuang. Just like their Haotian mirror, it has only been aimed at the divine land 3 times in its long history. Qifeng, judging from the words and actions of the Taishu Temple's Lin Daohan and Yan Mingyue, I don't think they will completely fall out with Xianmen Tianzong. The elder shook his head. You only know one thing, but not the other, a loud voice suddenly sounded. The debate ends here. Shen Qifeng bowed. Yes, master. The other heavenly Tao elders of the reincarnation sect also quieted down, quietly waiting for their sect leader's instructions. Shi Tianfang, the reincarnation sect's heavenly Tao sect leader, said unhurriedly, Qifeng, although you have an idea, you did not think it through properly. Go to heavenly abyss and reflect on your mistakes. Shen Qifeng replied respectfully, Yes, master. Then he left and went to the reincarnation sect's heavenly Tao confinement and punishment facility. After entering heavenly abyss, Shen Qifeng sat in the void at the bottom of the void and endured the attacks of multiple tribulations. He was calm and smiled. All right, there's nothing else for me to do. I just have to wait patiently. Unlike Shen Qifeng, who had already stayed out of the matter, another person was brimming with interest. Marquis Jing. Huan looked at the monk in front of him and smiled. Master, you're finally thinking of making a move? The middle-aged monk smiled, faintly. He was filled with wisdom and a sense of freedom without the slightest trace of anger. I can't say that I'm thinking of doing something after a period of silence. However, I have a feeling that the Yingxi's 3 mountains have reappeared this time around. He smiled at Marquis Jing Huan. You definitely don't want to be left behind, so I'll help you this time. Marquis Jing Huan laughed and shook his head. Master, don't lie to me. The grand disciple of the Mystic Gate's master is your real target. Helping me is just along the way. The middle-aged monk didn't argue and only smiled faintly. Then, do you need my help? Yes, of course I do. Marquis Jing, Huan also said honestly and bluntly, It's true that I'm very arrogant, but the appearance of the Yingxi's 3 mountains is no small matter. Let's not talk about the other factions first. The Great Zhou dynasty views this as an operation that will determine its own nation's fate. I won't take it lightly. It's all thanks to Grandmaster's diagram that this marquis obtained the opportunity to enter the arena. How could I be willing to be a mere spectator? The middle-aged monk smiled. Since that's the case, let's meet in Yingxi. Marquis Jing. Huan nodded and suddenly looked straight at the middle-aged monk. He asked, It's naturally good to be able to meet Master. However, I wonder if Master is coming in his true body this time. The middle-aged monk smiled. You'll know when we meet. He looked at the sky and sighed. The Master of the Mystic Gate will probably also come to Yingxi this time. However, I wonder what he's thinking? Marquis Jing Huan smiled. Leave this matter to His Majesty the Emperor and the Marquis of Xuanji to think about. From what I know, the Great Zhou dynasty has made thorough preparations this time. They're grandly welcoming the other people heading to Yingxi. If Xianmen Tianzong and the Great Qin dynasty don't attract their attention, I'll have to spend a lot more effort. Chapter 705. Even though the Kunlun Mountain assembly had ended, the situation in the Divine Land had become even more turbulent. Following the 3rd opening ceremony of Xianmen Tianzong, The situation in the divine land that had been peaceful for 3 years was finally going to rise again. Regardless of whether it was big or small, all of the forces began to actively plan in hopes that they would be able to survive the coming tide and even reach a higher level. The sect master of Beyond Heaven's Mountain, Wu Yunliang, was naturally one of them. After the end of the assembly, he finally had the opportunity to personally see Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng only wanted to see him. The other people of Beyond Heaven's Mountain did not have the right to see him. Meng Chao Ran was no exception. Sect Master, this trip concerns the future of our Beyond Heaven's Mountain. Please be careful. A middle-aged cultivator stood next to Wu Yunliang and spoke in a deep voice. He was the number 2 person of Beyond Heaven's Mountain, Li Baitao. Meng Chao Ran, who was standing on the side, said, "This is something that has already been discussed. Second Martial Brother is thinking too much. With the position of the Master of Xianmen, he cannot have any excessive demands on our Beyond Heaven's Mountain." Li Baitao turned to look at Meng Chao Ran and nodded without saying anything. Wu Yunliang said, "Martial Brother Meng is right. Everything will proceed according to the original plan." Li Baitao looked into Wu Yunliang's eyes and slowly said, "I wish Sect Master a speedy success." "I also hope so." After Wu Yunliang finished speaking, he entered the All Heavens Palace. Lin Feng was calmly sitting on the main seat of the palace. Behind him stood an expressionless young girl. Her hair was half black and half white, and she carried a huge sword case on her back. Seeing Wu Yunliang enter, Lin Feng smiled and said, "It seems that Sect Master Wu has already made a decision." Wu Yunliang solemnly bowed to Lin Feng. "Beyond Heaven's Mountain will only follow the Master of Xianmen. I only hope that when we move in the future, you can protect our entire Beyond Heaven's Mountain." Wu Yunliang will be very grateful. Lin Feng asked indifferently, "Sect leader Wu's meaning is that the entire sect..." Wu Yunliang sighed, "I do not dare to have such wishful thinking. But I ask the Lord of the Celestial Sect to believe that the majority of the people of Beyond the Heavens Mountain are loyal to Xianmen Tianzong." Lin Feng chuckled and said, "In that case, you only need to remember that I, Xianmen Tianzong, will never disappoint those who have hope in me, Xianmen Tianzong, and those who offend me, Xianmen Tianzong, will be punished no matter how far away you are." I already understand Sect Master Wu's thoughts. As for the specifics, you can contact my disciple. Wu Yunliang respectfully said, "I will obey the order of the Master of the Profound Gate." After the conversation ended, Wu Yunliang walked out of the All Heavens Great Hall. Li Baitao, Meng Chaoran, and the others looked at him. Wu Yunliang's expression was calm, but there was a complicated look in his eyes. He met everyone's gaze and slowly nodded. Li Baitao sighed and said, "Now, we just need to wait patiently." His expression was somewhat relaxed, but there was also some worry. Just like Wu Yunliang, his gaze became quite complicated. Wu Yunliang did not say a word. His face was as calm as water. However, when he looked at Meng Chaoran and the other elders, a light flashed in his eyes. The expressions of Meng Chaoran and the others did not change at all. It was as if they did not notice the change in Wu Yunliang's gaze. However, Chu Yang, who was in the crowd, was the most familiar with Meng Chaoran. He could faintly feel that Meng Chaoran's taut heartstrings had loosened a little. "That's good, that's good." Chu Yang's expression did not change, but he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. "Next, I only hope that in the big collision, my Beyond the Heavens Mountain can survive." He silently followed behind Meng Chaoran and the other elders. The group descended Yujing Mountain and left the territory of Xianmen Tianzong. Chu Yang could not help but turn his head to look at the empty space. He sighed in his heart. Qing Wu, even though it was only a fleeting appearance, the purple figure in Yujing Mountain's great law hall was completely the same as the red figure in his memory. In that memory, he did not know whether it was a dream or a memory from his previous life. After the destruction of Beyond the Heavens Mountain, he devoted his entire life to cultivation, to investigate the truth behind the destruction of Beyond the Heavens Mountain. He practiced the way of extinguishing emotion that he had inadvertently obtained from the Middle Ages. He first fell in love, then extinguished it. The object of his cultivation was that red figure. In fact, that beautiful girl already knew all of this. However, she was like a moth flying into a flame. In the end, she died without regret. Unfortunately, Chu Yang did not realize that he had truly extinguished his emotions until the moment he died in his memory. Regret, guilt, remorse, and pity. These emotions filled Chu Yang's heart at that time, leaving him with a lingering hatred. Chu Yang felt the mountain breeze blowing in the Kunlun Mountains and slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he opened them again and murmured to himself in a voice that only he could hear, whether it's a dream or a rebirth, since I have the chance to do it all over again, I will never make the same mistake again. Qingwu, this time, it's my turn to follow you in life and death. The black-clothed youth's eyes regained clarity. Another figure appeared in his heart, a purple-clothed youth who looked as ordinary as an ordinary mortal. However, it was as if he could penetrate through the heavens and the earth. Chu Yang let out a long breath of impure air. The master of the celestial sect of wonders has never appeared in my memory. Because of this reason, I have never dared to look him in the eye. I only hope that I can quickly leave and avoid him. He laughed bitterly. In front of him, it seems like I have no secrets at all. Chu Yang had an intuition in his heart. Others might not have seen through the secret of the sword shadow in his spirit, but Lin Feng knew. There was no basis. It was Chu Yang's own intuition. Moreover, Chu Yang could faintly feel that Lin Feng had helped him cover it up. That was why others did not notice anything. It was also because of Lin Feng's faint hint that some people who held the thought of killing wrongly after weighing the pros and cons, finally chose not to offend Lin Feng for something that had no shadow at all. Looking at the master of the celestial sect of wonders, he only did it casually to solve my problem. He has no intention of monopolizing it. Chu Yang sighed and thought, speaking of which, it is still me who has received the kindness of the master of the celestial sect of wonders. Thinking of this, Chu Yang suddenly laughed. Qin Wu has become the disciple of such an extraordinary person. She is truly a daughter of heaven. Now, I am a toad lusting after swan meat. Oh, I have to work hard. Otherwise, there will be a time when I cry in the future. Chu Yang laughed in his heart. All the men in the divine land who are thinking about the disciple of the master of the celestial sect of wonders can forget about it. She is my wife. On Jade Capital Mountain, Lin Feng glanced at the empty space at the foot of the mountain, seemingly unintentionally. Then he retracted his gaze and shook his head. He thought with interest, so far of the destined ones I have met, for have already become my disciples. Only this wild one is left. Young man, let me see how far you can grow. Lin Feng smiled. If you want to marry my disciple, it will depend on your own ability. I won't say much, but you still have a few more hurdles to pass. He smiled rather unscrupulously and looked at Luo Qingwu in front of him, as well as Xiaoyan, Zhu Yi, Wang Lin, Shi Tianhao, and the others beside the young girl. Luo Qingwu was a little baffled by his gaze. She couldn't help but lower her head to look at herself. Her clothes were not on the inside out. Master? Luo Qingwu asked tentatively. Lin Feng waved his hand at her. Today, you can be considered to have made a name for yourself. Although Yuan Fong didn't make a move, I think no one will look down on him. Today, the two of you can also start your own abodes. With that, Lin Feng smiled and clapped his hands. Just like when he created Burning Heaven Cliff, Qian Tian Hall, Fan Lin Residence, and the other cave abodes, he stripped Jade Capital Mountain's rocks and mysterious heavenly treasure tree branches, turning them into a 7-colored cloud bridge and mountain rocks. They were connected to Jade Capital Mountain itself, but also independent from it. Even Li Yuanfang, who had always been calm and steady, was overwhelmed with emotions at this moment. Luo Qingwu even cheered. "Master, is this for me and senior brother Yuan Fong?" Lin Feng smiled. "Decorate according to your own will. I will assist you from the side." Just like how Xiao Yan and the others decorated their cave abodes, when Li Yuanfang and Luo Qingwu decorated their cave abodes, they also integrated their own understanding of Dao techniques into it. As a result, it was filled with their own personal style. With Lin Feng's help, Li Yuanfang caused many changes to the mountain rocks, integrating all the 8 trigrams into it. The 8 trigrams depended on each other and formed a huge array, surrounding and protecting a small house in the center. The house in the center itself wasn't very complicated. It was just a simple courtyard. It was just that every brick and tile of the house in the courtyard was neatly arranged without any deviation, all kinds of bricks, and would seem to have been measured with the most precise ruler without any flaws. Xiao Yan and the others looked at each other and laughed. Shi Tianhao shook his head and sighed. "Sixth senior brother is so tired of living." Li Yuanfang didn't argue. He just smiled and wrote the 3 words "River Pavilion" on the house's horizontal board. Next, Luo Qingwu also finished building her cave abode with a smile. She petrified Yujing Mountain into the shape of a cliff and built a small, exquisite pavilion on the top of the cliff. It looked exquisite, but in fact, many parts of it were very casual. The black seawater from the Yinyang Sea below Yujing Mountain was drawn up the mountain by her and turned into a flowing spring and waterfall. The white mountain and black water formed a beautiful scenery. A mountain rock was erected outside the pavilion, and the 3 words "Light Dance Pavilion" were casually written on it. Xiao Yan smiled. "Little junior sister, you're even more mischievous than little junior brother." Luo Qingwu giggled. "I've embarrassed myself in front of you, senior brothers." Shi Tianhao, who was unjustly implicated, protested. "Eldest senior brother, you're not much better than me." Li Yuanfang looked at Lin Feng and said, "Master, does this mean that little junior sister and I are also going to open our abode and accept disciples?" Lin Feng nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. Those who pass the next examination to become true disciples can also choose you and Qingwu as their masters." At this time, Shi Tianhao suddenly said, "By the way, Master, look at the cultivators of other sects. Not to mention those in the primordial soul stage, those in the Yuanying stage and golden elixir period, all have honorific titles, but we don't have any. When we travel outside, we're not prestigious enough." Lin Feng pointed at his forehead and said, "Aren't you prestigious enough in the outside world now?" As he said that, he smiled and said, "Besides, who said you don't have any?" Lin Feng made a stroke in the air with his hand, and a wave of light suddenly appeared in the air in front of everyone. When they looked carefully, they could see that there were names written on it. Chapter 706. Light flashed in the air, and a row of jade plaques appeared. Each jade plaque had a name carved on it. Xiao Yan and the rest went forward to take a look out of curiosity. There was only one jade plaque at the top. It was more than twice the size of the other jade plaques. However, there was only one word written on it. It was Ancestor. Below the Ancestor jade plaque, there were 8 smaller jade plaques. Each jade plaque had a name carved on it. Lin Feng chuckled. I didn't give you honorific titles when you formed the Golden Elixir and Yuanying. You didn't decide on a Taoist title when you entered the sect. It's not that I forgot. I'm just happy to see you make your own names in the outside world. Wouldn't it be more glorious to let the world give you a universally recognized honorific title? He pointed at the names on the jade plaques. There have always been Taoist titles in our sect for passing down our lineage. Lin Feng smiled. I'm the only one who doesn't have one, because there was no need for it. In the sect, I was the ancestor, the teacher of all generations. There were no seniors or peers. Xiao Yan looked at the 8 jade tablets in the second row. On the rightmost jade tablet, the 2 words Xian Yan were written. He pointed at the 2 words and said with a smile, Master, this is me, right? Lin Feng nodded and smiled. That's right. As the first generation of the sect's founding disciples, you should use Xian Yan as your honorific title. Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, and the rest smiled and bowed to Xiao Yan. Xian Yan, perfected Lord, we greet you. Xiao Yan smiled and looked at them. Come and take a look at yourselves. Zhu Yi took a step forward. According to the order, it should be his turn after Xiao Yan. As expected, he saw Xuani carved on the jade plaque on the left side of the Xian Yan tablet. Lin Feng looked at him and smiled. Your mother named you Yi to gather the fate of the universe. I will wait for the day you become the son of Yi. Zhu Yi smiled and said, Disciple has been cultivating Tao techniques and doing research all these years, and I have some of my own insights. After I organize and edit them, I hope that I will be able to gain something. When the time comes, I will need Master's help in correcting them. Lin Feng nodded. Master will wait and see. Wang Lin stared at the name on the 3rd jade token. Xian and I, the group of fellow disciples, also looked at the 2 words curiously. Their gazes moved back and forth between the name and Wang Lin. Just like Wang Lin, a thoughtful expression appeared on their faces. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, Think about this word carefully. It is closely related to your cultivation. Let's not talk about the long term. When you break through to the primordial soul realm in the future, it will bring you endless benefits. Wang Lin nodded seriously and replied, This disciple will follow Master's instructions. Shi Tianhao smiled and said, 3rd senior brother, only the bottom of your jade token has other extensions. Sure enough, including the profound flame jade token and the profound ease jade token, the bottom of the other 7 jade tokens were empty. Only under the jade token that was engraved with the 2 words Xian and I, there was still a jade token that formed the 3rd row alone. On this jade token, the 2 words Tian Quan were carved. Yang Qing looked at the 2 words and asked, This is Martial Niece Yuding, right? Lin Feng smiled. Yes, Xianmen Tianzong Zhenren Tian Quan and Dao Yuding. He smiled and said, The 2nd generation disciples of our sect use the word Tian as their title. Everyone nodded together, and Li Yuanfang said, This is only after they have at least formed the golden elixir, then they will be listed here. Lin Feng's left hand drew in the air again, and there was another flash of light and shadow, but it was a densely packed golden lamp. Lin Feng smiled and said, Every disciple of the sect, including the disciples who laid the foundation, will leave their natal lamp in the sect, but to leave their name on the jade token, it is only after they have formed the golden elixir. Luo Qingwu bowed to Wang Lin and said with a smile, Congratulations, 3rd senior brother. Congratulations, Shenren Xian and I. Wang Lin shook his head and said with a smile, Since Yuding entered the sect, she has been in the late stage of foundation building. It is normal for her to be 1 step ahead. Everything will depend on the future. The disciples laughed and looked at the second row of jade tokens again. They saw that on the left side of the Xian and I token, the fourth jade token was carved with the two words Xian Lan. Yu Hongyan's lips moved slightly, and he bowed to Lin Feng. Xian Lan, thanks, master. Shi Tianhao and Luo Qingwu all looked at her curiously, and Zhu Yi explained softly on the side. The former capital of Snow Gale Country was called Snow Mist City. It was named so because there was a snowy mountain outside the city, and it was called Mist Mountain. Yu Hongyan smiled, and the red eyebrows that were like thin swords also softened a lot. I grew up in Mist Mountain since I was a child. That is my hometown. The disciples all nodded silently, and they tacitly brought this topic over. Luo Qingwu shouted, "Look at fifth senior brother. Look at fifth senior brothers." Xianming? Yang Qing looked at the two words Xianming engraved on the fifth jade token, and he slowly pondered the meaning in his heart. The combination of yin and yang. The great way is mysterious. Master has high hopes for me. Luo Qingwu smiled and said, "Now it seems that below fifth senior brother's jade token, a new jade token is most likely to appear." Yang Qing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, "Yun Song is still far from that. Although he is fierce in fights of magical powers, it doesn't mean that he will improve his realm quickly. He still has a lot to learn." Xiao Yan smiled and said, "I wonder who will become our sect's new golden elixir spiritual master after Tian Quan, and leave his name here." Li Yuanfang said silently, "Aside from Zhou Yunsong, Su Yunsheng, Lu Xiafeng, Li Xingfei, and Ing Luo Jia, Lin Tong, Zhuge Wanqiu, and Huang Jinting still need to be polished." Shi Tianhao giggled and said, "Senior brother Xian Luo, you are right." Among the 8 jade tokens in the second row, on the 6th jade token representing Li Yuanfang, the two words Xian Luo were engraved. Thinking about how Li Yuanfang had named his immortal's cave abode, he Luo Ju, the group of martial brothers, all laughed. "Master has seen through our thoughts very accurately." Li Yuanfang looked at the two words Xian Luo on the jade token, and his eyes moved. He solemnly bowed to Lin Feng. "Thank you, master." Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, but did not say anything. On the side, Luo Qingwu's gaze had already turned to the remaining 2 jade tokens. The 7th is little senior brother's. Oh, profound desolation. The last one is Xiao Wu's. Xiao Wu, look, profound che? Luo Qingwu smiled and looked at Lin Feng. "Master, when you gave Xiao Wu the profound che sword, it was already decided." Lin Feng smiled and said, "What else do you think?" Shi Tianhao muttered, "Master is the laziest one. Even naming things is so easy." Lin Feng looked at him, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile. "If I really want to save trouble, it would be the most convenient to engrave Tianhao on your jade token. What do you think?" Shi Tianhao opened his mouth. "Then wouldn't I be a generation younger, for no reason?" Xiao Yan next to him laughed and said, "Supreme Tianhao, I'm here to greet you. Ha 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 ha." Before he finished, he already could not help laughing. Yu Hongyan and Luo Qingwu also laughed nonstop. Zhu Yi, Wang Lin, Yang Qing, and Li Yuanfang could not help but smile. Shi Tianhao ignored Xiao Yan, curled his lips, and said, "Profound desolation is still more pleasing to the ear." Lin Feng patted his head. "Silly boy, it's the same as your 3rd senior brother's word. And this word, Huang, if you fully comprehend it, will be closely related to your future cultivation. Do you really think your master is as unreliable as you?" Today, when Shi Tianhao had really become an adult, even Xiao Yan and the others would not do this to him anymore. Only Lin Feng would still do this, just like when Shi Tianhao was young. Shi Tianhao did not mind this, and said with a smile, "I understand. Let's not talk about the long term first. The last formula of your disciples' black and yellow word formula is based on this character. I understand what you mean, Master. Lin Feng nodded with relief, then pointed to the heavenly spring jade plate under Wang Lin's Xian and I jade plate, and said to Wang Lin, originally, the Taoist name of your personal disciples should be decided by you, but the situation of heavenly spring is special, so I overstepped my authority. Wang Lin said thoughtfully, I don't mind, you must have your own considerations. I wonder if it has anything to do with Mr. Feng Liangji, who joined our sect? Lin Feng nodded and said, yes, that's right. This is the agreement between me and him, and I should keep my promise. Tianqi's sect, Shi Tianhao snorted, they only have themselves to blame. If that's the case, why not directly give martial niece using the Taoist name of Tianqi? Lin Feng smiled. You will naturally understand in the future. When he said this, Shi Tianhao was startled. His eyes flashed, and he pondered, slowly nodding. At this time, Xiao Yan suddenly laughed, and everyone turned to look at him. Xiao Yan laughed and said, I think of the Xianlin Taoist of the Taishu Temple. Hee hee. Everyone laughed, and Zhui shook his head and said, the title of Xianlin Taoist is because of his Taoist treasure, the Taishang Mystic Light Tablet, which is infinitely mysterious and can produce endless rain to wash away all evil, so he got the title of Xianlin Taoist. The Taishang Mystic Light Tablet was destroyed in the war between the two worlds, but it has become a natural habit, so everyone didn't change it, and still called him Xianlin Taoist. His Taoist name in the Taishu Temple is not Xianlin. Xiao Yan smiled. I also know about this, but it is still very interesting to think about it. Listening to the laughter of his disciples, Lin Feng stood at the side, smiling and not saying anything, but his eyes occasionally drifted to the 3 rows of jade tokens on the side, and fell on the second row of 8 jade tokens in the middle. The Taoist names he engraved on the jade tokens for Xiao Yan, and the others were not orthodox names like Xianyan, Immortal, Xuani Immortal, Xuani Immortal, Xianhuang Immortal, Xianlan Immortal, Xianming Immortal, Xianluo Immortal, or Xianche Immortal, something like a fire, deadly scholar, yellow spring butcher, stone mouth that doesn't eat human flesh, big insect mother. These were the good things in Lin Feng's heart. Now that his cultivation of Taoism was more profound, Lin Feng's heart was more lively and less shackled. Although in front of others, he had to be a teacher and show the demeanor of an expert. But in fact, the mischievous passion in his heart was rising. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at his sage-like, sanctimonious appearance, and then looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Life is really as lonely as snow, at the same time obtaining some things. I also lost a lot of fun. Chapter 707. Lin Feng put away the jade token and looked at the group of direct disciples in front of him, saying with a smile, it's still the same words. The things engraved here will be used for the internal inheritance of our sect. I hope that in the future you can make a name for yourselves in the outside world and be recognized by the world. Xiao Yan and the others stopped smiling and bowed to Lin Feng together. We will not disappoint Master. We will do our best to carry on the past and open a way for the future to strengthen the prestige of the sect. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand. I have always been very satisfied with all of you. He turned his gaze to the lights on the other side and said with a smile, I think your disciples have also made you very satisfied this time. Xiao Yan and the others laughed. The group looked at Yang Qing and said with a smile, the limelight has been stolen by 5th Junior Brother's disciple, Yun Song. Yang Qing chuckled and was a little embarrassed by the group of senior and junior brothers teasing. Xiao Yan sighed with a smile. 5th Junior Brother only has Yun Kong. Not only does he live up to expectations, but he also saves us a lot of trouble. The head disciple has been decided directly. Everyone smiled and said nothing. In fact, Zhou Yunsong's status as the head disciple of Yang Qing's faction had already been confirmed before the Dharma assembly. On one hand, it was indeed because he was the only child under Yang Qing's faction, but the more important reason was that he himself was truly outstanding. Otherwise, the position of head disciple in the Nirvana cave could have been left empty. It was not like Yang Qing would not accept any more disciples in the future. Moreover, Zhou Yunsong had already started to come into contact with the 8 trigrams of the Great Way when he advanced from the early stage to the middle stage of the foundation building realm. Although it was not a systematic cultivation, under Yang Qing's guidance, his foundation had already been laid. It was not Yang Qing's private decision, but Lin Feng had personally made the decision. Xiao Yan and the others were also aware of it. Speaking of which, it was slightly unfair to other direct disciples, but Zhou Yunsong's situation was too special. It was extremely dangerous for people with the burning yang physique to cultivate. A little carelessness would result in spontaneous combustion, instantly burning oneself to ashes, and it would be too late to save them. Without the support of a top Taoist technique that described the subtle Great Way, without the guidance of a meticulous senior, Zhou Yunsong would immediately be doomed. The Void Temple taught Chen Xingyu, and it was Lin Daohan who taught him the Void Yin-Yang Dao step by step. Lin Daohan paid close attention to him at all times, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Otherwise, Chen Xingyu would have frozen to death countless times over. Compared to the pure yang physique and the pure yin physique, in most cases, the burning yang physique and the absolute yin physique were much stronger in actual combat. However, the price was that during the cultivation process, every step was dangerous, and the danger was correspondingly much higher. Lin Feng looked at Yang Qing and said, "After this spell assembly, it will be another experience for Yunsong. Now, his foundation has basically been completely solidified. You can guide Yunsong to comprehensively cultivate the 8 trigrams of the Great Way and make the final preparations for forming his gold core." Yang Qing nodded. "Disciple understands." Lin Feng glanced at him and said with a smile, "Don't fall behind in your own cultivation. As your master, I know that you already have absolute confidence in passing the Yin Wind tribulation. Handing Yunsong over to you is not only for his own good, but also to sharpen your cultivation." Yang Qing smiled. "Master, rest assured, disciple will never dare to forget." Lin Feng then looked at Xiao Yan and the others. "After this spell assembly, each of you should have a clear understanding in your heart, right?" Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and the others looked at each other and smiled. Disciples burning Heaven Cliff's head disciple position will probably remain empty for a period of time. Xiao Yan was the first to say, Tong Er's temperament is unstable, so she can't take the head disciple position. Moreover, disciple and Zhen also don't want her to shoulder such a heavy burden at such a young age. According to the result of their discussion, the head disciple usually had to shoulder the responsibility of guiding the successor disciples who entered later. After all, as their cultivations became higher and higher, it was fine if they didn't go into closed-door cultivation, but once they did, it would probably be a very long period of time. Even if they went into closed-door cultivation in the mysterious heaven eternal light paradise, the time that the outside world lost would not be short, not to mention that they often went out to travel. There's no need to talk about that little fatty Wu Wei, although he has become much more mature as he grew older. No matter if it's temperament or cultivation, he can't take the position of head disciple. Xiao Yin shook his head and said, "Lu Xiafeng is originally not bad, but he is too carefree and unrestrained." Before the spell assembly, he forcefully dragged Yun Song to challenge him, and lost a large part of his true fire of the sun that he painstakingly cultivated, so he didn't perform well in the spell assembly. Shi Tianhao said with a strange smile. Eldest senior brother, you can't be specially punishing him because of this, right? Xiao Yan said with a smile. How is that possible? To be honest, his temperament is the most suitable for my taste, and he is also very loyal. Not only in my burning heaven cliff, but even among the younger generation disciples in the sect. He is also very popular. However, this kind of temperament is not suitable for the position of head disciple, at least not now. Xiao Yan sighed. He still needs some training before he can bear the heavy responsibility. Otherwise, he has too much impulse but not enough calmness, and likes to do as he pleases. He will be greedy for a moment of happiness, but he will not be able to foresee the long term. Sometimes, he will unknowingly ruin things. He said this, but it was also related to himself. Lu Xiaofeng's temperament was to his liking, and Xiao Yan was not just saying it casually. Xiao Yan himself was a person who liked freedom and had a slightly wild temperament. Lin Feng had placed the responsibility of the head disciple on him, and after training for so many years, he had changed a lot compared to when he was young. He was still resolute and brave, wild and unrestrained, and would cry out for injustice. However, he was more meticulous in his actions, and he was brave but not reckless. Actually, you have your eyes on another target, so you are wavering and can't make up your mind, right? Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yan and said with a smile at this moment. Xiao Yan grinned happily. Hee, I can't hide anything from Master. The other disciples were a little confused, and Zhu Yi's eyes flashed. He pointed at Xiao Yan and said with a smile, among the foundation disciples accepted this time, eldest senior brother has already taken a fancy to a good seedling? Xiao Yan did not deny it, and nodded, looking at his performance on the heart-reflecting stairs. He is indeed not bad. If he becomes a successor disciple, it's fine if he doesn't enter my sect, but if he enters my Fentianya, I have the intention to focus on nurturing him. In the future, the head disciple of my Fentian, you will most likely be decided between him and Lu Xiaofeng. When he said this, Wang Lin, Shi Tianhao, Yu Hongyan, and the others thought for a while, and knew who he was talking about. Is it that youth called Tang Jun? That's right. Xiao Yan said, it's him. Shi Tianhao curled his lips. In terms of physique, he is indeed suitable to become eldest senior brother's disciple. Lin Feng looked at Zhu Yi, and Zhu Yi said, disciple's head disciple position of Qiantian Hall will also be temporarily vacant. Yang Qing said softly, second senior brother, are you going to leave it for Tai, or are you going to wait for Yunsheng to return? Tai was young Tai, and his cultivation level was only at the early stage of foundation building. He was unlucky in this spell assembly and directly ran into Huang Zhenting, who was at the late stage of foundation building. So he did not have much of a performance. He entered the sect late, and his current cultivation level was not high. When outsiders considered the head disciple position of Qian Tian Hall, they would not consider him as a candidate at all. But whether it was Zhu Yi himself, Xiao Yan, Yang Qing, and the others, they all actually considered Yang Tai as a key candidate. Ing Luoza's cultivation level was not ordinary, and his battle prowess was great, but he was not a suitable candidate for the head disciple position. Even Ing Luoza himself had never been interested in becoming a head disciple. Zhu Yi answered, it is still too early to say. Let's see Tai's growth first. If there are no accidents, Tai will be the head disciple of Qian Tian Hall. Yu Hongyan sighed. If there was no great Zhou dynasty, Yunsheng would be the best candidate for the head disciple position of Qian Tian Hall. Zhu Yi shook his head. If he took a wrong step, even if he could turn back, he would definitely miss out on many things. Xiao Yan asked, next, you are going to the great Zhou dynasty to help Yunsheng get his family back. That's right, Zhu Yi said. Once this matter is settled, I will set off. Then, Without waiting for others to ask, Wang Lin calmly said, Disciple's head disciple position of Mortal Forest House is temporarily vacant. There are other arrangements for Heavenly Spring, and Stargate still needs to be tempered. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Wang Lin might seem cold and taciturn, but he was actually very thorough in his thinking. Previously, regarding Dao Yuding, when he mentioned that her situation was special and related to the two poles of the peak, Wang Lin understood his master's meaning. Everyone nodded. Then Yu Hongyan said, Disciple is Snow Wind Valley's head disciple. Xiao Huan. Shi Tianhao smiled. What if fourth senior sister has an even more outstanding disciple in the future? Yu Hongyan raised his sword-like red eyebrows and smiled. That will depend on little Huan himself. Yang Qing smiled. I don't have much to pick, just Yun Kang. His personality is actually not suitable to be a head disciple, but after he passes the hurdle and forms his gold core, his control over himself will rise to a new height, and it will be time for him to gain more experience. Shi Tianhao smiled. My desolate Heaven Valley's head disciple, Huang Xinting. Wanqiu's personality is too soft, and little Huang's heart is indeed unstable right now, but it doesn't matter. With Wanqiu watching him, he won't make a big mess. The group of senior and junior brothers pointed at him and smiled. Fortunately, little Huang isn't a devil incarnate like you. Lin Feng waved his hand. All right, each of you lead your true disciples back to your cave residences and carefully summarize the harvest from this spell assembly. Although the Spreading Law Hall's training field was not open during the spell exchange, there are still some lessons that we need to carefully review. Xiao Yan and the others nodded and left together. Silently, Lin Feng sat in the All-Heaven Great Hall, and the void in front of him suddenly shook slightly. A tall and handsome young man appeared in the Great Hall, wearing a violet robe with golden edges. He was tall and slender, with skin as white as a virgin, and eyebrows that were meticulously trimmed. With his appearance, a faint fragrance also wafted in the air. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched, and he heard the young man's coquettish voice say, Sect Master, long time no see, I really missed you. Such a flirtatious sissy. Other than Miao Shihao, there was no other person. Late stage of yuanying? Having known Miao Shihao for a long time, Lin Feng had more or less developed some immunity, directly ignoring the sissy. With a glance at Miao Shihao, he could see that the other had finally come out of closed-door cultivation for a long time and had reached the peak of late stage of yuanying, only half a step away from the primordial spirit realm. At the mention of this, Miao Shihao faintly sighed. Brother Shihao, I originally wanted to come out of closed-door cultivation after achieving the primordial spirit realm, but who knew that I was just a little short? The worry on his face quickly disappeared, and a smile appeared on his face. But regarding this, Brother Shihao, I already have a solution. This time, I came out of closed-door cultivation just in time. Oh, that's good. Lin Feng nodded indifferently. Wait, something seems wrong. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Just in time? What do you mean?